Dr. Brown, so there's no problem with this.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is, I almost said Saturday, it is Monday, February the 12th at 9:20. Sorry for the delay, but we'll officially call this meeting to order. We'll just do a quick roll call of board members who are here. And then, Carly Hoover, you stated pronouns of Director of District 1.
Charlie Simpson, District 3.
Dave Larson, District 5.
And then welcome to all of our guests that are joining with us as well. And of course,
My name is Alex Booster, and I'm senior representative. Thank you for being here.
so glad that you're here, Alex. And thank you to those that were able to help him be here. All right. So with that, I'm just going to pass it right along to our amazing facilitators of our day today.
Thank you. Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
Quick question, do we need to be somewhere in particular so that this is where the video is? Just, so that people online can see us. Is there any way to move this camera?
The camera's on the wall.
Yeah. Just trying to make it so people can actually see. So that somebody is trying to, I can stand in a particular place so that folks online.
This is the camera.
That's the camera, okay. So, yeah, I think that's better. And we're gonna do a screen share with the slide deck shortly. Thank you, Brown. One thing is 2024. So if we're having anything to do with Tukwila, then we should be used to the idea of pivoting quickly. And then pivoting again, because what we just did was pivoted, but we didn't know that rain was gonna come.
Yep.
Rain was gonna come. Rain was gonna come. So I'll get out of the way of the slide deck so that you could all have a reminder. Good morning.
Morning.
In a world that is a whole lot of a whole lot. A whole lot of a whole lot. Tukwila is not a bubble. Tukwila is like everywhere else in many ways. Globally, we're in the midst of a number of wars. We're in the midst of a number of national and global refugee fleeing of humans, pushing out of humans. Many of whom, y'all know this context, many of whom are darker complected, folks of color, Black folk, pushed out. The global context of folks arriving to the United States. And a whole bunch of context of where do we go? Where are we coming from? Fleeing some kind of space. While folks are doing that, we have a national conversation. Apparently there's an election happening. With a whole lot of racism front and center in the national conversation. And so I think about what it means to be fleeing a space, to be arriving to a space that's highlighting a whole lot of anti-Blackness and racism. Coming from violence to land and hear national validated threats. Meanwhile, right, Tacoma is one example locally where yet another context of police violence. Unarmed Black person. So to be a young person in this country, not even whether or not you just recently arrived here, to be a young person of color, a young Black person, there is a whole lot of threaded conversation of anti-youth. So while we're in a context of needing to pivot, buildings literally crumbling as a beautiful and horrible reflection of how we fund and do not fund public education. The backdrop is a whole lot of anti-Black violence and racism as a normalized everyday context and reality. And as if that wasn't enough, apparently our budgets are too big.
Yes.
Apparently our budgets are too big. So y'all are also being asked to think about how do you cut in a space when there is a whole lot of dire need or a whole lot of more providing, a whole lot of more love providing, a whole lot of more giving. And we're doing that within a local context of withdrawing resources. So this morning, our reminder is of purpose. What do we do in contexts such as this, when we know the world is worldly? We know locally and nationally, the threaded conversations are anti-Blackness and a whole lot of other messes. We have inadequate resources for the tasks at hand, and yet here we are, committed to doing something powerful, which requires us to pivot yet again. But pivot with purpose. Pivot with purpose in a way that we center our values and our goals more efficiently, eloquently, centrally than we probably have had to do previously, or at least that we've gotten away from doing previously. So our role this morning is to elevate some of that conversation of who you are, who we are, to be lifting some of this work so that we then can narrow down what is the actual work that we get to do, that we're called to do. And how do we do that within this context that we're in? We're not going to change the context, at least not today, not this morning. We'll introduce ourselves shortly. But I wanted a good morning, wake up reminder of where we are and what our task is this morning. And where we are. Y'all have seen land acknowledgements? Somebody with a good morning voice want to read this out loud? And good eyesight?
We acknowledge that we live and work on unceded ancestral land of numerous Coast Salish nations. We recognize ongoing displacement of Indigenous peoples and pay respect to all Indigenous peoples past and present.
And another one. We recognize where we are and how we are, and upon whose land we sit and occupy. And there's also a recognition of labor that are built these infrastructures. Somebody else on the roof.
We recognize,
Go ahead.
we recognize that the burden of environmental exploitation and systemic injustice falls upon the labor of Black and brown bodies in the building of this country and its institutions. We remember that Black and brown people were born and died working this land against their will for generations. We also acknowledge the continuing contribution of the labor of survivors over the centuries to today. Of all immigrant labor, including voluntary, involuntary, trafficked, forced, and undocumented peoples in the building of what we refer to as the United States. Thank you.
We'd like to begin with recognition. In addition to the context, nationally, globally, what's happening within our schools and district, how do we get to where we are? How do we ongoing recognize, ongoing recognition, ongoing recognize? Again, around purpose. Why are we here? How do we honor while also disrupting?
This is needs for us and our clients. And we have found that.
Okay.
I mean,
Specific shout out, Dr. Brown, who isn't with us right now, for cultivating the space for us to be here, but more deeply also cultivating the space for Dr. Rogers Art and myself to be with the district for the past 3 years. So thank you for creating ongoing space, ongoing resources that are also inadequately resourced to do the work that we're trying to do. There's food, vegan donuts, come on.
So why are we here today? I'm gonna just say sitting if that's okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much for kind of setting the stage there. Really, I think that expresses quite frankly, the sense of urgency, right, that we have to ensure that we as a district leadership from the board all the way down to our students are living and breathing anti-racist practices to ensure that we have not only we're meeting the needs of our students, but really disrupting the systems of oppression that are baked into our systems, specifically here in Tukwila, right? And so, as you mentioned, we've been doing this work, we've been fortunate enough to been working for the last 3 years. And, you know, the board spent a lot of time last year really just kind of reflecting on how we can begin to decenter whiteness. You know, whether we identify as white or not, we all have work to do in thinking about how we decenter whiteness in our interpersonal interactions as individuals, as well as within a system and as a board team. So we did a lot of that work last year. And I think now we're kind of moving into how we build on that work and really strengthen not just how we decenter whiteness, but again, really baking in anti-racist practices and conversations. And so we are here again to kind of continue that journey.
Thank you.
So in an effort to, good morning, everybody. In an effort to think about the local and national context that Chris outlined already, we thought we would take some time to really reflect on who we are. So we would love for you to share your name, your pronouns and racial identities, and then to share one personal core value, right? Our values make us, and our values determine who we are. Our values determine how we move. Our values determine what is important to us, right? And then if you could share why you're called to serve Tukwila, right? I think as educators, I think sometimes folks are like, oh, so they're just here because they had nowhere else to go, but that's so untrue, especially in your context where there's so many other school districts and other opportunities and nonprofits and you know, ESDs and what have you, but something said, I'm here because I want to be here. And so if you could share that, and I want to know, I know we're recording and this is really, really public, but I want to encourage you, we haven't done our norms yet, but I want to encourage you to be as real and transparent as you can possibly be, because we have to build as a team of leaders, for sure. And the great thing here is whoever goes first gets to determine the direction. I love that.
Yeah.
My name is Alex Brewster and my pronouns are he, him, and I identify as African American. And the reason I specifically chose to be on the school board principal school district is because it's a district I'm in, and I've been like attending this district since basically like pre-kindergarten for like almost 12 years about. And yeah, the reason I decided to join the school board is because I've been here so long and I've seen how Tukwila has changed, and I feel like I just wanted to make a difference and like see like how the leadership is, how this school board works and how decisions are made based off of students, and I wanted to provide my input on the decisions.
I love that. What's one core value of yours?
One core value, I would say probably equity. I feel like some people need more resources than others, and not everyone needs equal resources because some people already have that. I feel like that's something that needs to be talked about.
Love it. That's perfect modeling, by the way, of what we're looking for. Thank you so much. Alex, choose a direction.
I can go.
Okay.
Right, Carly Hoover, I use they, them pronouns. I identify as white. One of my core values is justice. I think that's something that's just like so, for right or wrong. I think I've learned more of what real justice actually means, right? Rather than I think the whitewashed version of justice. So I've been really practicing leaning into that. And why am I called to serve in Tukwila? No, I think it's connected to my core value. I believe that every person deserves the right to belong in a space and to see themselves reflected in the space and to have an environment where they can be free enough to show up as themselves and then ultimately to like get a valuable education as a result of that. So I am here because I'm hoping to just move us along even a little bit, right? As incremental as possible.
Thanks so much. You'll hear a little bit more about us, but I'm Rochelle, and my personal core value is integrity. I believe that I've worked really hard, given the national, local context, to be the same wherever I am. And as a Black woman, sometimes that can be really difficult. And so I am called to serve Tukwila because I chose to be here. And as a consultant, I am really, really blessed and privileged to be able to choose where I want to work. And I want to work with people who want to do and make a difference. I want to work with excellent leadership of color. I want to work with people who are really in the trenches to make change for our, what I like to say, our babies. So I'm here because I really, really want to, and I believe in Tukwila. So thanks so much. Dr. Brown? Since you're sitting here, you might as well just jump in.
Anthony Brown, pronouns that he, him, racial identity, Black, core value, I mean, what is justice, and then there's integrity, so you got.
You can have more.
I'll take both.
Yeah.
I'll take both because I just feel that they pair nicely together. And that's just what I'm about as an administrator, as a person, as a Black man, as I go this journey. Why are you called to serve Tukwila? It just can't, I did most of my teaching, administrative work in Kent School District. And if Kent School District had a mini-me, it'd be Tukwila as far as the makeup, the number of languages. So I'm just passionate about really the underdog. Because there's so many things that Tukwila doesn't have, and it's not from the lack of trying, but it's just like, okay, how do I help move the needle from my position? And so that's kind of been my passion as far as why I just keep saying, we can do this, and I do consider it a weak thing. Even though we're on the outside, I feel like, your struggle's our struggle, and so whatever we can do as an ESD, we hope we can help you accomplish that.
That's awesome. Thank you. And I know you're busy, but feel free.
Oh, okay. Kate Cruller, I'm a she, her, identify as white. Core value is just honesty, which really turns into transparency and communication. I think we need to be honest with ourselves, honest with the students, honest with the parents and the public about what we should do with what we have, and continue to aspire to do more, which I think is the third thing. I'm a problem solver. I love helping communities by putting fuel back into the tank, not thinking about.
Thank you so much. I knew that it was suddenly the court was going to be the thing. I was waiting for the court. I was like, it's coming. It's coming. It's on the way.
Hopefully nothing.
It's on the way.
No,
No, I just knew the court was coming. I was like, oh,
Hopefully we'll get it.
it's right. The judge was right there. Thank you.
My name is Charlie Simpson. I identify as white. My personal core value, I would say one of them would just be, as far as I like to listen intently, and then also I like to kind of be a straight shooter and be called on it also, so I can take it and give it. Why am I called to serve in Tukwila? I too went through elementary, Showalter, Foster. My kids did the same.
Oh, wow.
So I had 4 children that went through the system also, and I have grandkids that are coming there. So my thought is to their future, and so now I get to do that.
Thank you so much.
Dave Larson, he, him, white, and one of my core values recently I've been working on what I call equal opportunity. So I really believe that everybody should have an equal opportunity to get, in terms of students, to have their passion in life and do what they want to do. Why I called to serve in Tukwila, well, I live here, but the the key for me was why, how I got involved in the school district was, so I come from a, white, position of privilege, middle class, I had all the advantages, and to me, education is one of the keys to opening up opportunities for everybody, so kind of ties into my core values of trying to get to a point where we have, literally equal opportunity for everybody to achieve their passion.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Baker, he, him, white, core values, kind of like, fairness and justice, I guess, for lack of a better description. I believe, that student has a dream to be something, we should not limit their dreams. We should actually try to enhance their dreams of getting there. And, I'm really concerned about some of our, at-risk students not being part of the economy that is developing in their future. And we just can't do this without them anymore. They have to be part of what happens in the next generation. They just have to be. And I'm called to serve at Tukwila. Kind of, Dr. Brown and I both spent a lot of time in Kent, and I think we both saw the change in Kent from when we were there to when we left. And I always say I left Springfield, Mass. It was inner city teaching, and I came here and I arrived in Kent Junior High, and it was like Disneyland. They had money, they had technology, far different from where I came from in the inner city. But I saw that transition begin to happen as I was in Kent. And I saw sometimes they reacted, but I felt like in other instances, they reacted very slowly to some of the diversity that was moving down there. And kind of when I came here, it was kind of already here. And it was just like, the system was just a little bit different, a little bit friendlier. But then again, some of the things that Kent did, I brought here, and these are the kids that I've always worked with my entire career. And honestly, I think the best part is to look at a society where the most at-risk students are held up to the highest, and that's what we try to get them to be. So yeah, that's why I'm here. These kids need all the support and help that you can provide.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody, I'm Constance Pedrosa, and I go by she, her. I'm Latina. Actually, my parents are fifth generation Mexican, and my dad is immigrant, so that's also part of my identity. My core value is social justice and service to others. And when I think of service, I mean service in thinking in alignment with social justice and that connection and those factors. And I'm called to serve in Tukwila. One of the things that I'll just be honest, every time I drive down the street and I see all the diversity that is around me on the streets, and the Speedway, the South Center, in schools, I'll just be honest, every time I go into these spaces, my heart is just singing. I feel at home, actually. I feel very connected. I feel like everyone here looks like people I grew up with or that love me and that I loved in my family. And so I just feel very connected here as a community. So that's why I'm here to serve, is because I hope that I actually have some skills to support and support in that alignment of social justice and service to our community.
Chris Canals, white. Mostly he, him, not comfortable with all kinds of gender pronouns. One core value today is disruption. And disrupting what we often consider the way things should be and the way things are. To disrupt those notions of what can be normal. And why I'm called to serve Tukwila in particular is that schools are designed to silence students of color in particular. A whole bunch of Tukwila educators fight, like most educators across the globe and country, fight the design of our schools and the resource schools, but that fight cannot be an individual
Within a small community type, that's a much larger collaborative space to disrupt what we've been designed to do and told to do and literally paid to do versus what we actually can and should be doing with children.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Dragano. I go by he and pronouns. I am one. I think the core value that right now that I'm holding closest is probably empathy. And I think that empathy is the starting point for, understanding and for the work that we need to do in Tukwila. Adaptability also comes from empathy, a place of understanding where people are coming from and their perspectives, and it's so critical. I grew up in Tukwila, and I grew up over by Cascade View Elementary, and I'm a believer in community, and I think that with community, there's a recognition that we can't be in silos, and I'm involved in different organizations within the community, and everyone is so willing and engaged and interested and invested in being part of the school district. And I think I'm called to serve here and continue being in this role because I think I'm able to, be in a position to sort of open those pathways and doors for different networks, different relationships. What I'm saying.
Good morning, Amy Fleming. Pronoun is she, her, identify as white. My personal core value is integrity. I think that's been with me ever since I was a young child. And I come today I'm probably the newest member of the team, so I just started with technical school district 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
And what really drew me to Tukwila is community. The smaller school district where you really see some of those impacts to change. So my role is to help support the budgeting aspect, especially with the tight resources, which we're in alignment with the strategic plan, and then also to help drive that change. So really being supportive of the roles.
And what is your name? I'm sorry, because I knew I didn't. I was like, I'm not sure she's your person. Yeah.
I'm the new chief financial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm my first.
Okay. Important. Thank you.
Good morning, you all. My name is Naomi Berto. I use she, her pronouns, and I identify as a Black African American woman. One of my personal core values are community and empowerment. I choose those because when you have a community such as Tukwila, which is so diverse, it should be something of a mirror that you hold up to yourself to identify what complexities are within you, because we all are human, and so therefore we're complex. And so in that, you should utilize that to empower each other, to uplift each other. And so that's very much something that I hold very dearly to, and in the work that I do. And honestly, in my day-to-day, just experiences on this earth in general. I'm called to serve Tukwila because, and I like specifically the word serve, because I think that when you step into a role and within organizations, oftentimes we don't see it as serving community, but we are serving community. We're here to deliver them everything that they need to be great people in life, to be developed and to contribute to society. But for me, Tukwila is different, coming from a larger school district. This is a much smaller district where I feel like I can wrap my arms around it. So I can be more personal with it. I can be more intentional and make those connections. And that's something that I value, because like Amy, I think to see that impact almost immediately sometimes is something that I value. So.
Hello, everybody. Scott Whitbeck. pronouns he, him, and I identify as white. One personal core value I would say is perseverance. I think it relates to what other folks have said is just so we, not us giving up on any single kid and not letting them give up on themselves. I think it's easy with social pressures a lot of our kids face more than ever before, and just world issues they're facing. I think it might be tempting for some to just say, I can't do this too much. I just can't. That's what a human being. We can't let that happen. And why am I called to serve here? Like others have mentioned, I really like that it's we have so many people from everywhere across the world, and many of our families came here specifically because they saw potential and opportunity for their kids, and they wanted the best for them, maybe more than they themselves had. And I think I feel that urgency that it's up to us to actually help them fulfill that dream for their kids, to actually create the circumstances where their kids can succeed and be ready to go, have a fulfilling, satisfying adult life.
Thank you.
I'm Allison. My pronouns are she, her, racial identity, white. So the core values I'm really holding are integrity and curiosity. I think I was called to serve in schools because I saw that schools were like broken places for many children. And my evolution in that regard has gone from I thought, oh, I can teach them how to work the system, to being curious about how the system could actually work for them. Instead, so that's been I will say over the course of my career, that's been a shift, and I'm called to serve in Tukwila precisely because I think in such rich communities, so much cultural wealth, we have not asked enough, like, what can we do for you? So I'd like to bring my skill set forward, and we can enhance, I think, the entire Puget Sound region based on the things we can do in Tukwila. We're small, and so we're able to pivot and be nimble if we so choose, or we can choose to go slow. Like that's what I bring to it.
One of the things I said the most is that we're nimble, right? Or we could be nimble. Thank you. Yeah, bring it on home.
All right. I'm Andra. I use she, her pronouns. My racial identity is white. Personal core value that I bring or that I think about frequently is inclusion and equity, access to all opportunities for all of our students. It's really important, especially some of our most vulnerable students. So thinking about that and work and what we do, especially here today, and in all areas of like board areas where we have the opportunity to really develop and or dismantle systems that just aren't working for our students. Why Tukwila? I've honestly had my eye on Tukwila for a while, and so when the opportunity presented itself, I was like, this is a kind of great place to go and be. As many have said, it's small, so the ability to work in an urban community, but it also small, creates some opportunities and some trickiness to navigate that a little bit, but also good opportunities to learn, do what we can best for our students.
So given the fact that we've all done that, I would love for you to do a quick turn and talk. What did you hear and what did you learn?
Do you guys want to?
Sure. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what I learned about that, but in a bigger picture.
I heard that.
No, I know, exactly, I guess, but I guess that's part of like, I guess. How we can do it.
Right.
They had other.
You know.
That seems to be a lot of words. Economic thought of that is. We all know that. We all. How do you think about?
Right. All right, I'm gonna bring us back together.
You're good.
Thank you. I wanted to let you know, some of you may have seen me on my phone, I take notes on my phone, so I'm not texting someone at home. But I just want to let you know, just in case people were like, is she looking for a movie? No, I'm not. We're real present. What came up for you? What did you hear? What did you learn about the people in this room?
I heard commitment.
Okay, I heard commitment.
I heard people's, sorry. I heard people's whys and I haven't actually heard everybody's whys in the room before, so that was really, really great.
I love it, thank you.
I felt that people in this room think they can make a difference. And they'll actually see the difference. It's not some nebulous kind of thing out there because they're so small. So impact, I guess, is what I would say.
I love
Community.
it. Her community. Alex, not gonna put you on the spot, but what did you hear? Right, because as the student, I wanna make sure that we hear from you.
Yeah, what I heard is that a lot of people, the person I talked to, the people around the room really embrace the uniqueness of the school district and how it's like a small and really diverse district and how it's like easier to tackle problems like I said, because it's like a smaller district and yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much. Others, what did you hear? What did you learn?
I was telling Scott that I heard a lot of commonalities and like our purpose and our goals. But it made me learn more about how do we orchestrate it to come together and actually realize the things that we all as individuals say that we hope for, but how do we then come together as a group, as a team, to actually realize just something that just very
Yeah. It's the how, right? What didn't you hear?
Just noticed there's still a lot of white identifying folks around the table.
In my notes, I said, thanks, Carly. In my notes, I said, almost everybody talked about the beauty of working at a very diverse district. And I'm not seeing that diversity represented in this room. What else did you not hear?
I didn't hear, which I think is the best to come.
Yeah.
But what I didn't hear is, so the impact, but impact is both great positive impact, but then
Yeah.
when we're not impacting in the right way, or when we get that feedback immediately. And that's part to what you're saying, then how do we shift and not be like typical institutions and just like, well, let's just let it go. How we really shift so that we can actually respond in the way we need to respond. with
Almost like she's a superintendent.
almost like, but I just keep thinking about like, how do we quickly, I hate that word pivot. I love it and I hate it at the same time, but how do we then shift quickly, which is the key word, and then reassess again, right? And so that's the piece I think that when you think about being nimble, that's what I want and seeking nimbleness, like that nimbleness in service to kids and families.
That's right. Right, like it should take half the time of, say, Seattle.
Exactly.
Right.
Or LA or
right.
Or even Kent.
Or even Kent. Oh, okay, or even Kent, right? Because we are smaller, right? And so the how and then what I would call rapid response, if you will, we think of that as negative when it's an emergency situation. But why would we not have rapid response with 5 schools? Yeah. Right? Anything else on what you did not hear? There'll be plenty of time for you to talk about that, don't worry. So today we're going to continue to build brave and accountable space and to elevate our personal roles as leaders. I'm going to run through this because we're running a little bit behind. Flow is off, don't worry about that. We're going to move right on along. I'm going to ask that you would all look at the community agreements and choose one on which you want to focus today. And when you've chosen one, if you could turn and talk for 1 minute and let the person know what you're focusing on today. I know there's a glare. Do I need to read them through for you? I'm happy to do so though, because there is a glare, so. When you have one on which you're going to focus, feel free to do a quick turn and talk and share that with someone else.
This is what under each other.
And our
Thanks so much. What agreements might we be missing? Are you missing any agreements as we move forward today?
Making space for mistakes.
Making space for mistakes.
Because we're human and we're gonna have to be vulnerable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm waiting for my partner to come over here and help me. I'm bending over. Just wait on that. Thank you. See, this is what I'm looking for. Help. Thank you. Making space for mistakes. Any other community agreements? We're good. Lovely. I'm going to encourage you to remember these as we continue to work through and walk through today. All right, so you'll notice that when I talked about our goals, we talked about creating brave space and not safe space, right? And I just want to make sure that we understand safe means sometimes it's like it's free from bias, it's free from any conflict, but then we don't move forward, right? Brave is we're going to feel a little uncomfortable, and yet we're going to push through that. It's where we take risks. We do so though with care and accountability. And the reason I am really honing in on this is because we're going to talk today about a lot of things around race, but also how do we do it? How do we move forward? What is the way that we do things differently? And that's going to require us to be brave and not safe. Can we get an agreement with a thumbs up that we will all be brave? Okay, I love it. I want to hold you to it. I'm like, are we being brave in this one? Okay. So this is a little bit about who we are. For those of you who are new, I'm Rochelle, in case you thought I was Chris. That's Chris. We all are comfortable with multiple genders. And so I'm Rochelle, that's Chris. We've done a lot of stuff, you know, and we're dope. So we're here. And this is our third and final year in this role. And it's been amazing. And we've seen a lot of transition.
Say that
but-
one more time, just because it's a lot of transition.
Just a lot of transition. But I am extremely excited about the leadership under Dr. Pedroza. And so having started with a different superintendent, I really have a great belief that we are going to take this baby and hand it over to you, and that with the leadership and of course our team, that you'll be able to move forward. But I do want you to know we've seen some transitions, we've seen some things. So we're excited to be doing this work with you. This is how we move, right? In terms of this notion of how do we do critical race theory, not just how do we read about it, but how do we apply it? And of course we understand, and for those of you who've been with us for a while, we've talked about the 4 tenets of critical race theory, right? So I think the most important thing that we bring is Chris and I model, right? Like inclusive, diverse, equitable collaboration across numerous differences and oppressions, right? This is what it looks like to really move towards anti-racism. So we wanted to say that these are some goals that we presented to you a couple of years ago. We went through Define quite a bit, right? We talked about our core foundational terms with board, with principals, right? With cabinet.
Equity leads.
Thank you, and the equity leads would be saying this evening. And then I think where we are is somewhere in between, like how do we strengthen these skills to disrupt, and then how do we dismantle? So I just wanted you to know that we have moved past this in this framework. What we've seen in other districts is really hard to get here. It's really hard for districts because we are, you know, we're in like this box. But I have seen the beginning of this work. So I know that you can do it. Just moving forward is the way to go. For those of you, again, who are new, this is just a review, some of the work that we've done. Lots of working with what we call supports with the schools, the principal equity leads. I'm also coaching a group of principals, central office leadership. We've done some team coaching at the site. A lot of work with school board, principal, and the extended cabinet. Lots and lots of work, what I would call tilling the soil. And now it's time for y'all to move, right? So that's great. By way of review, we're gonna run through these. I need all of you to say this together in a choral reading fan. All right, so let's go.
Anti-racist educators actively confront and challenge racism.
Listen, there are 3 key words in this quote. What are they? Actively confront, challenge. So you can really just take everything out. Actively confront, challenge. Are we actively confronting and challenging? What's the difference in actively and passively?
Passively, you wait for stuff to come to you, and actively you go and get it.
I love it. You wait for stuff to come to you, or you go and get it, or you just don't make the touchdown. I mean, whatever. I'm just saying that sometimes you're passively waiting to make the touchdown, and sometimes you're going to get it. That's the difference between the Niners and other people. It's a good game.
Yeah.
So actively means that we actively confront. Here's the thing. As educators, we name all the things that are bothering us. And then we go, but this is all I can do is this little piece right here. And so I'm gonna go in my classroom and close the door, or I'm gonna go in my office and close the door. And this is, I don't know what's going on, right? Actively says, I am moving towards something, working towards something each and every day. It is a decision to not allow things to continue. Exactly. right? What is confront? So none of you have ever confronted. What is confront?
Almost addressing the issue.
Almost?
Or not, I shouldn't say almost, addressing. the issue.
For sure. Addressing, confront does not have to be negative. I think when you think confront, people are like, we're about to fight. That could happen too. But confronting means I'm going to address you. Right? We're gonna try and create this brave space. I'm just gonna mess with our superintendent because I know I can. I'm like, I'm wondering if this is a great time to share with you something that happened. And this is how, this was not your intent, I'm sure, but this was the impact and this is how this made me feel. I'd like to address it with you. That's confronting. Here's what confronting doesn't look like. Oh, I guess you felt that. Like that, that's not confronting. Yeah. Right? That's allowing things to continue. Or the ubiquitous, I know this doesn't happen here at Tukwila, but the ubiquitous, I can't stand her, and the moving away, that's not confronting. Right? And that's how we allow stuff to continue. What's challenging? Yes. You don't have to raise your hand, you can just jump on in.
I would say challenging is like whatever issue you're facing, like it's devising a plan against the issue and taking action and actually like enacting and like basically what I said, like enacting your plan.
Yeah, and a child shall lead them. So the reality is, a challenge is, I see this, I don't think it's cool, I'm going to make a plan that's going to actually disrupt that. And the question I have for you, and I'm gonna ask you to turn and talk to somebody differently, do we actively challenge and confront racism here in Tukwila? Turn and talk to somebody else. You may need to get up, get some energy.
Yes, yes.
I know the way you thought
I think that's, yeah.
I think you've never seen
First, you're gonna all you're gonna give it to we've never said this before. But
Thirty seconds. Okay, and 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bringing us back. Thank you so much. What did you come up with? Are we actively confronting and challenging? Okay.
Not consistently.
No.
Okay.
Well, let's come back.
Just thinking about like perhaps in pockets, maybe individual people, individual settings are doing it. Addressing it where what they see, right, what they can, but like as an educational system, I don't think we are.
Yeah. I think discomfort
Yes.
is really hard for people.
Yes.
And I think, like, for example, we have a civility policy, for example, right, where you address issues at the lowest level. But if people aren't comfortable in conflict mediation or how to do that, then they're not gonna do it because they'd rather just it go away or whatever the issue is. If we can't get that down with simple conflict, like somebody left somebody went into the lunchroom and took something or used my coffee creamer or whatever, then how can we do that with
large stuff?
With large stuff,
Yeah.
like racism, so I believe there has to be some intentionality around some training and supporting. And I think you do need to do it anyway, but how do we continue to keep pushing and even modeling, even at the system level? I just feel like being in discomfort is it has to be okay to do that. It has to be okay to keep pushing and being in discomfort, and people don't like it.
People don't like it.
We talked about comfort too, and how our system still regularly prioritizes the comfort of the adults who are over our children, and therefore the comfort of white folks in our system.
Makes me think about, there's an article in China. Something with detours, but it was, and then part of one of the detours they talked about is pace of privilege. And so that there's a different pace when you have privilege, and so you're not understanding the need to proceed or to disrupt because you have privilege and it doesn't really focus on you.
Basically,
I think that ties into what we were saying too, because we were talking about how that is a disjustice to our students, especially who don't have that privilege because they have different identities. So when they go out into the world, you don't have that skill set, right? Because we've done a disjustice both to them and to their families as well. Another thing we talked about was retaliation and the presence of it in the system, which obviously inhibits challenging and confrontation because there is a risk of retaliation. So,
and retaliation by whom?
I would say staff to staff, or I don't have enough historical knowledge, but even perhaps admin to staff as well. Yeah, and even communities sometimes too.
And so all of those things are inherently based on white supremacy culture, which is designed to stop confronting and to stop challenging, right? And so therefore one would argue the system is doing what it's supposed to do. Literally, when you've decided that you're going to make this pivot, we're going to use shift to anti-racism, it literally means that you're pushing against the system. It means you're pushing against the system. If the system has forward momentum, you're pushing against that forward momentum. What happens when I went to the gym yesterday before I got on the plane, right? And so I'm pushing against this weight, that's right, resistance training, right? So I'm absolutely pushing. What happens with that? What happens when you keep pushing against the weight? What happens to your muscles?
You get stronger.
Yeah, eventually. Sure, that's what my trainer said. In the moment, right? I was like, what happens? Hella tired, I get sore, right? And so what happens is, if I don't have someone else to help push against that, then I'm just pushing, and then I get worn out, and then I leave, or I disengage, or I do different types of things because I'm tired and worn out. What we have to do, the first step to how is decide that we're going to not allow people to get tired by not being the only one pushing, not being the only one resisting. And what you have to do in this room is decide that you're going to have each other's backs so that we all push together or row together. I guess that could be another thing, all together. And what I haven't seen in 3 years is the decision that that's what we're doing. Okay, so I want to just really make sure that we get a couple of terms correct, right? That equity that we use a lot of times is really about this notion of giving people what they need, as you so eloquently said, but it's not, it's insufficient for racial justice, right? Because equity could be happening for ELL students. Equity could be happening for poverty, right? But if we're talking about, sorry, it's the glare. If we're talking about race and anti-racism, we have to go a little bit beyond equity. And I just wanted to put that there. I know we've already talked about it, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. If someone were to say to me, oh, we're doing really great equity, I'm not going to be like, no, don't do that. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if you're getting to anti-racism, there is another level. That's what I'm saying, right? And so when we have what I have seen, and I can only use my personal experience in Tukwila, right? So, you know, don't come for me, but then I'll be gone tomorrow, so it's fine. The issue is, I've seen this notion of what we call nice racism, right? What is, I'm not necessarily against racism, but I'm not gonna do anything about it either, right? And I'm not saying this happens only in Tukwila, it's just that I'm here. So we might as well talk about it. This notion of what's not racist. I'm good though. Like, I'm good, right? I'm not racist, right? And Kendi was like, there is no such thing as neutrality in the racism struggle, right? So this notion of, Robin DiAngelo talks about nice racism, right? Is what I sometimes feel like happens here. No one is going to say, or I haven't met anybody in Tukwila that's going to be like, oh no, I don't care about racism, but I'm also not doing anything about it. Right? That's neutrality, right? Not racist, it ignores all these thousands of years of inequities. And when we say we're not racist, we are absolutely not saying neither am I against racism. And I really want to make sure that we don't lose this. When you are saying as a group that we're going to move towards anti-racism, that is the exact opposite of racism. So it's not racist, it's anti-racist. That is the correct response. When we say I'm not racist, we're often saying I'm not agreeing with racism, but if I'm not actively confronting and challenging, I'm not being active against racism. And Kendi says that's neutrality. AKA racism. What we want is no neutrality. And what that means is, as a group, we will have to decide how we're going to move. So someone read this quote for me. I use it every time I train, for those of you who are new, by the way, so people should have it memorized by now.
The beauty of anti-racism is that you don't have to pretend to be free of racism to be an anti-racist. Anti-racism is the commitment to fight racism wherever you find it, including in yourself. And it's the only way forward.
And it's the only way forward. I want to make sure that we're grounded in this as a leadership team. And I love that we're here with the board and the cabinet. We're like, you know what, thank you, because I know you guys are trying to be sniffing. This is where we have to be to move forward. So when Naomi's like, I need to know how we're going to do this, I was like, exactly. We have to make a decision that we are moving forward with a commitment. So words I want to leave with you today: active, confront, challenge, commit. Active, you guys can tell I was a teacher. Confront, challenge, commit. Say it with me. Active, confront, challenge, commit. Listen, it is the only way. It's the only way. Okay, so I'm gonna skip what anti-racism is and get straight to, well, you know what, let me just hit this. I've already said all this. But I want to also push that anti-racism actively, we're using active again, names whiteness, white supremacy, and white supremacy culture. So the difference here is when we are saying code words, that's also being active. When we say things like, you know, we should work for everybody, you know, that's the all lives matter versus Black Lives Matter, right? When we say things like, oh, we're working to make those children or these children or that thing, or like name it. When you are working with anti-racism and you're trying to dismantle and rebuild new systems, you are actively naming the thing that you're trying to push against. Remember, I was at the gym, right? So that thing that I'm trying to push against, I'm naming that. I'm not just going like, I'm pushing against something on this machine. I don't know what it is. No, I am actively naming, I'm pushing against whiteness. I'm pushing against white supremacy culture. I'm pushing against white supremacy. That's what we name. And that's how you know that you're working towards anti-racism. So what I would love you to do is to get into 3 small groups. And I'm going to, group 1 is going to talk about how do we publicly disrupt this. Group 2 is going to talk about in what concrete ways do we model decentering whiteness. And group 3, I've had 4 children, baby, you can't stop me. And how will we do anti-racism differently? I want you to choose which of the groups you want to work with. We have some lovely post-it paper. We have some markers because I'm a fan of post-it paper and markers as a teacher. I think you should just jot down what you're thinking, right? So like, who would like to talk about how do we publicly disrupt power, privilege, and oppression? No one, everybody, listen, I don't want to talk about that. Okay, great, I have 2 people, 3 people, great. Who would like to talk about in what concrete ways do we model, we in this room, do we model decentering whiteness? Great, I've got some people here. And then number 3, what we go, you know, what's gonna do different? Right, okay, so I guess you'll figure out what that is. All right, so like, why don't we have group 1 here? Only because our superintendent said she was in group 1. Let's have group 2 back here, and let's have group 3 over here, and we will have, Jesus, 15 minutes. No, we're running behind. Okay, let's do some work. Let's do some work.
Two.
You know, but the food is back here. Why don't we do group 2 here and group 3 here? Yeah, and then people can still get to. Great.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, I've got a marker or 2.
This is good.
Yes, that's what we're looking
Yeah.
for.
Purple, you're tall, that's
Exactly.
right.
Wait, am I the only one?
Our thing is, yeah, we probably disrupt.
That would not be.
Thank you very much.
So there's also like couch out.
There's a space and a couch outside if you guys want to go outside. People are like, I don't want to move. Are you the only one in 3? We're gonna be in 3.
Okay, we'll go outside. Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't hear it.
Yeah, I gotta communicate that it's there. Why you only gotta do the council?
Can we give a marker?
No, I want them.
Yeah, my version. Can't feel like no big deal.
That's right.
It's the same thing.
That's, put it down, I mean, that's a better way of saying it.
This comes from that.
We've got 2 big opportunities.
Under that view, then we got lunch or something.
It's like we got a deadline.
Everybody.
Remember, because I was like, there's only something on that. Right, so.
That's opportunities where we're doing something like.
Wait, so you know, when you're pushing against.
You got detail.
Or is it 45 minutes?
We're gonna go straight.
That's clearly, right, forward. Yeah, you're right about, yeah.
I thought it was.
I'm not quick because I want to. And modeling what you're saying on both like. People who identify as white, positions of power.
Sure.
So, yeah.
That's good.
making sure
That
that.
maybe our plan was part of the Davis
That's
plan.
done.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
I think naming it, first of all, like, right now, like, when we're like in moments where we're in spaces where maybe like this is being sent, actually name that calling.
Nice, good, good. That's the way we always done it. Why, well, that's probably just asking. Like privileges out. Why?
What does it look like for
The other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm here, I'm curious about that, like, what's that?
Nothing about things up.
Well, I would say that, like, to me, that means, okay, like, we need to press pause on it, whatever's taking place, we need to make sure are we actively listening to, other perspectives, voices, are we, to make sure that the voices and perspectives of the people that are being represented, we're gonna be impacted by this. And I think that's going on. Documenting, bringing that back in, making sure that's part of.
Basically like this, said persistence. Well, basically we say we have to name it, identify it, we have to educate something about it.
Where you know how, you're never gonna have everything.
Why that, we're gonna get a plan, execute plan. Push it to something.
Think about the use of our
So
tool.
that's the way this is small,
hard
this way we've all done it.
Yeah.
And it's not includes people who are suppressed by it.
How do we say that?
So I think you start with that.
Okay. Just take an arrow.
Not the same.
That's not- I feel like it's the name of it, and other, right, like, I think so.
You'll put that whole line behind the, nothing about it.
Question.
Right?
That-
So that's harder to do, right? We need to start, but we start with it. Right, to start with, we say nothing about it, nothing.
I'm putting it about it because you can't name it. You can't name it if you don't have that conversation.
Right, you have a conversation where it's really a community that's gonna be impacted. So then you can figure out how do you assess it. You start with the who's impacted and then work from there. So I believe that is the starting point.
Okay.
I just signed the.
That's okay. So reread it, as leaders, how do we publicly disrupt power, privilege, and oppression? We started with who people are oppressed by. I think the naming it is communicating it to each other. Knowing that realistic. Start with healing that.
And then you have to sit here and then analyze. Develop increment steps along the way to assess the impact of actually. You execute the plan, but you need to intentionally plan checkpoints to, with the group, with this group. Are we doing what we said we were gonna do?
My work helps out a question.
Yeah, it's, but it's a whole bunch of.
Yeah, but then, with them, it's not like, oh, yeah, 20 years ago. It's like, or like we got to know.
We are developing our common.
For changes for you.
And then it's my.
Continuous improvement, that's why.
Ever?
Ever.
No.
Do they check it out?
I'm sorry, are
Build. Kind of
Impact the group, tell you you are failing.
Joe Montana, 28.
Too many, yes. you
Oh,
do.
well,
I just need to think
Joe Montana, 28. Did he have?
And I don't telling you.
I would say that we, this is build off.
That's what you say,
No.
keep a change, based on what. I don't think we have ever saying.
I'll make a feature of it.
We actually. We can have that also shared interest.
I
that's 28.
I think that's a way to,
And that's what contains, it is.
Yeah.
But that's because.
There was some great colors, I think, like there, because I think it was.
You have to keep checking on.
About, you know, where,
It's just.
you know, you said you already, I said you already be impacted by.
No,
you know, here's that initiative, right? Pursued of- And so, where we left off was, what we focused So you got skills. And one of the skills. That is something that is a skill.
Well, I will say one of the
We were
biggest
able
things that I
to
did
take these 20 minutes versus being not white. That's all I can do. Or to get shown. Each year, each year, it changes the different.
Because they feel like
No,
that they didn't have intellectual property.
Teachers.
We're taking our cultural values and we're taking our cultural wealth or enhancing their system, but we wanna know what you actually do with that. Yeah.
I wanna read that, please,
Yeah, and I think. Right, like this.
Scenario, someone makes a statement to say something.
Yeah, it's actually like that.
You do that 5 times before it gets to
Because we can use
something. It could be that protocol, could be a different protocol, but the idea of having a protocol, both, but yes, also whiteness and engaged in a work.
I feel like,
And we have.
Once I had the same.
Maintain.
I will say they don't want to get into it.
I'll give you a little buffer.
And that's
Between,
I can't do
the emotional, the emotional work as well. Is super important. As we're talking about negotiations, we also.
Cultural wealth and trust. Cultural wealth. Trust.
And bring it in.
Right.
Now you guys want different kind of quarterback.
I'm going back to like what concrete ways.
Right.
And I think I'm still being.
And what I'd like to see is how we can get every layer of success.
The need to first like acknowledge that, you know, the systems, the structures, the policies, the
For
procedures.
example, our principals, how do they do that with principals?
The story, industrial.
How do they do that with programs? Well, I think it depends on what the. Trying to analyze it.
Yeah.
But I just want, but a lot of people aren't. Our normal institution. It says to do this.
Right.
Especially the way.
I think when we review data.
Person from not that.
So let me just say. How is it?
Bridge that.
I was just trying to say.
In this way, so.
Figure out who speaks.
This all of them.
That's what we're talking about.
I still wonder when you do data review.
Confrontation.
Generally speaking, who are we reviewing?
There's time for us to examine what happened, make it better.
When you're working on a school,
Just like the
right,
water.
it's all that is
Yeah.
done that.
Go hard on that.
Sometimes we're bringing analysis of data.
Not traveling.
Sometimes we're bringing raw data to then teachers to share.
Right, for this.
Yes, because I was.
But how often are we bringing kids to the
You know what's happening.
It's because it's about them. They're the ones who took the test. They're the ones who didn't. bring it to
They have to.
How are we centering
You said that's.
kids going back to your probably principles of integrity, school choice, right?
Yes,
There's no child right behind. Is there anyone that is choice? That makes that is not. So, yeah, so as the principal, you know, it's like the trainer, it's school, it's like having a balance.
Oh,
Hey, you're all these. I allow great place.
All of the.
Like how much actually 9/11 even what that.
If I could pull out, so I had to bring outside experts to kind of help take the notes, so we can.
I guess it-
Hey, this is
When I
what
talk
we're
about data, outside of bringing information forward.
These are.
And we're sharing like what our next. What our next steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but I have to- I have to be the best team.
And then also, so.
How
see it with-
are that is- That's- all of that,
Hopefully it's.
To eventually.
And you can't go
Yeah.
just-
Oh, they, 2 years, yes, they wanted to.
How
It's
often?
at 20 days. There's
But I
never
wanted,
been any
but that was
more
like, that's been,
matter.
so what are you doing?
It's only football.
So I didn't come back and build in a reporting mechanism,
I just-
but I should, I should have added.
We do a lot of like surfing in, and then I learned that.
They want answers. They want answers.
It's great, that's what I see.
So,
Do I not?
well, I mean, like, always. Also, okay.
But being able to.
I think it's hard.
They hurt.
If you, let's just think about it, only one.
Yeah.
Only
Parents
one.
are coming.
Three,
The first thing.
three
that's gonna
chickens.
happen is slow down.
Yeah. I think three or 400.
The other key
I'll never do
thing. Trust that never happens.
And
If you're
then.
great, you don't do
We modeled that
You didn't do that.
my initial,
Yeah.
how big my.
That's fine.
You gotta play
Like, how do we
something.
model
Yeah.
out?
Yeah.
You gotta know it's not
So
something.
Here's what's easy,
It's
it's
like
like,
great.
it's easier, so there's hands that are gonna take the time. We'll bring me on that together, right?
And I also have to be nimble.
You saw how Curry.
And so.
So I'm thinking about like in response to that, like
That's why
definitely
I waited
space for.
And I had to go. okay,
When I think about the data, I also think
Because, you know,
about
the Spanish
going
community.
beyond the
is
data.
this.
It's
So I had
that's
to
where we
be
get.
okay with letting, and I had co-facilitators, letting them go.
Yes, if you were doing this for
So I could.
this particular this, but if you reason.
Right, and but it was.
We necessarily saying it for the benefit of.
And how long was 2 years?
You know, the educators.
Oh, yeah, no, we
That's who's my piece of notes.
two sessions.
Yeah.
And then.
To
we
identify,
went,
you know,
and this is what we
gaps
got.
or blind spots.
And you shifted, and they're like, yeah, this is what we shared, are you saying this? This, yes or no, this is what we're supposed to do.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
we're back to that, and like, this is heavy.
And data.
So yes, what's that?
So have some environments quickly.
Yeah.
Because that's how you start to build this side, and then you can start.
And data point.
That's what I meant by the low hanging fruit. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna move back from so obvious. I don't care.
Oh, yeah, and.
Of course.
But I think the hard part is actually gonna be, you know, so the first one they share is engagement.
No, I was just.
Yes.
Yeah.
Long
But I
term.
so.
And so, and you have to support people who are
Don't
doing
lead
that.
into.
So,
That's what you guys are.
that's right, but you have to support. all the
Leaving out
students.
the parents that are white.
Because they are the ones who do that. For example, that's one of
They're
the
gonna be
special ed team, I led it.
It's really in all of us.
And.
Do more of
Do
this.
more of this,
Yeah.
and you're doing it, so under your modeling, you're gonna do it now. They're like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they just, they did.
It's amazing, right?
But I was saying, it's not for the fans.
Well, and that's fine. And that just makes me a project manager, want to lay it out, and say, here it all is. I'm crazy good at that. But
Just saying.
it's for me, you know, I'm like-
Just saying.
I almost said it earlier, but if it's not.
I think the whiteness is.
That's true.
You lay it out, and you might have it wrong, so more cycles, but once you kind of have it.
You're not
they
focused
teach
on
you what
my
to do.
kids, you're not, you know, why, especially because.
Because if you don't lay it out, here's what I heard, you know, I finally agreed, this
There's
is.
gonna be this back
And I
and
get
forth.
you.
Parents.
Right. Staff, they're not.
This is what you apply to.
Time spot.
And then help them understand that.
They're doing this long.
They don't have to do it.
That's benefits life communication.
Fine.
Well, that's what we're
So,
doing.
so we can attack, or they.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure not.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And that's what I have to refill.
With his favorite, his wife.
Yeah, and so we're looking at the student advisory groups, I'm gonna go with.
Or that they're now not seen as a priority. My kids are not a priority.
Okay, it's teachers, anybody.
How are you doing? How much more time do you need here?
Or
And then he given.
Okay, 2 minutes?
I'll check with them.
Thank you. Give them 2 minutes.
They felt like-
And then break. Great.
We're gonna break before they come back to debrief.
And I.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, they might need.
Just
They might need some, yeah, they might need the bathroom.
Right.
Because you're holding attention to the focus and you're probably gonna practice.
Yeah.
something else to say.
I was a little.
Wait, that's-
Finally, they actually has.
And that needs to be
Oh,
disrupted.
yeah.
And at the same time, we don't want anyone, any kid.
Minutes before I get.
To feel like they-
There's really not now.
all children.
And how do you?
Midwest of.
I do a lot of. Families, just my own.
She said Bay Area, so you talked about Midwest.
They don't want to consider that. You know, so we talk about white, they not white.
I brought some.
Not under the,
So
not
it's a
value.
different.
Is that the
It's
Midwest?
like the-
No, not- he's not.
I think that was it, was.
But where is it? White America.
But they.
Exactly.
So that's the last one.
It's interesting.
Oh, would you like my paper? We can fix that.
Yeah.
But if you understand his greatness, then you don't make this.
The first case.
Yeah. I mean,
It does there now, do something. Just down there.
But what you're talking about, which is different from that, is the district initiated process. We're talking about citizens initiated process. How do we build a feedback loop for community initiated process? So that there's a connection.
I'm not saying I want to do it so much better. And I want to.
So you really want to.
Someone would have already.
I mentioned this, yeah, for Brandon. When I was a kid. Yes. Was in the same position.
All right, what we're gonna do is, we're gonna take a 5-minute bio break. So if you could come back at 10:52, 10:53, and then we're gonna break all these down.
The community initiated.
Swear.
Because the key point is it started from.
Yeah.
Yes,
there's-
ma'am.
How do
All we're gonna do is go to your lab.
Thanks.
Right. Said, this section.
How is it? And one of them. So.
Doesn't go anywhere.
Like a team, yeah.
Yeah, that's the more.
You can't.
You can pick that
There's
person
nobody,
and have them.
nobody takes it out. Nobody takes it out.
You know, I encourage cheerleaders.
See if I can do this.
It's nice. Yeah, it's had a lot.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
That is amazing. How do you do it? Won't he do it? Won't he do it? That's amazing.
I'm so happy.
Oh, yeah.
You're ready for it?
Yeah, it's my- I'm not sure.
I got like. Something like it, don't have my car for.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick with that.
Yeah, that's the only part.
But I
to take with.
I'm not smart like.
So apparently 11:30-ish.
Listen, this
I
is.
can see if it's my whole travel. Okay, and I get your lunch and then you guys go to the bathroom.
Carry
on. It's still public. It just around 11:30.
I did. You remember when I used to not know how to travel?
I was gonna tell you that. I'm like, have a whole plan.
It was back.
It went well. It
Gosh,
went really
okay,
well,
back.
but there's some next step.
Yeah, no, yeah, this is.
Yeah.
My laptop, my
Yeah.
iPad. my
And,
Or is it
my
next step, then you know there's a problem?
I wrote that double things into the car.
Oh, really?
And it goes by with the real, too bad. It's
I know.
These sections.
I'm on the words.
Yeah.
The person.
Not even on it.
They meet.
Like you. Like, it's how I feel.
Right. I just want to make sure they knew that they're on.
But it was pretty fun. So that was pretty awesome. Because you know, when it comes from somebody like that, it's pretty meaningful.
Yeah, right.
It's segregation.
Oh. Oh, okay.
It's good to take like a bite of it.
Totally, but.
Vegan means no egg and no, right, so like no water, no water.
No butter.
I realize, oh, I see. Hi, church.
Yeah, but I do that from home.
I think I.
Oh, we're looking at
He'll be back over me. Yeah. Pick up your lunch.
Okay. I like that. I actually really like that.
It's like, oh.
That's funny, I was concerned about this.
But I talk about it every day, right? Like, when I'm ready.
Wow.
Right.
No, you're the cat. You was right.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah, it is.
That's where we grew up. We're all.
A little bit.
About 213.
Yeah, I'm not a person who set this.
Oh, are you?
So it must be.
I'm on the little, where our house. Is.
So.
Yeah, definitely, there are a bunch of.
Right behind the,
I've gone to
the,
Sean.
all those condos are right there.
I mean, I like the. I was like, say
The only place there, yes, that's exactly right.
How can you do?
I guess we could have paused it. We should have paused recording.
They were like.
I forgot.
A bunch of stuff, because their backyard is there, stuff's like.
Well, I don't want any.
All where we are, so.
You know me.
I don't know if it's noisy or not.
Let's go to your topic.
So the document that
Everyone's
we
there.
do for tomorrow.
I know I can, yeah, like, no,
Are you handing that to us? Okay, perfect. So I'll put
You have to
it in.
follow it.
Oh, that's right.
And then you have to make copies.
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever you want.
We're down.
But of that particular.
Oh,
document,
it's
December not.
So you
It's
found
tomorrow,
out
we
which-
need that.
Oh, I haven't.
Oh, you already printed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't include mine in there. I'll make it.
Oh, you said, okay, yeah, I just said.
No problem.
I just make sure. I didn't-
No, no problem.
They don't have districts.
Because I know we're meeting.
It's not weird, that's how we saw it. No, state council. State all the time.
I just want to make sure you have whatever you need.
Yeah, yeah, they're long gone.
Yeah, the same guy.
Okay, thanks so much.
The time that it takes.
All right,
The area where I could.
I'm gonna bring us back together, and what I would love us for us to do is to share what we're coming up with. Now, listen, this is not that we're putting something under policy, so you don't have to feel like that, but it is good to begin the conversation around these elements so that we can start to think about what it means, right? So group one, I asked you to think about, in what ways are you publicly disrupting power, privilege, and oppression? And who would like to report out for group one?
So, we incorporated some things that people had, people have picked up from other training, but the starting, this wasn't developed in any particular order, but the starting point was to create nothing about us without us. So making sure who's in the room when we're talking about all this stuff. And then the rest of these are, like I said, not necessarily a particular order, but name it, declaim it, communicate it. Communicate it is there. Can't feel what you don't reveal. Talking about executing plans, questioning assumptions. This work obviously requires a lot of persistence, long-term commitment. The other big thing we talked about, because it's been an issue in our district going, is planning checkpoints. So, you hear something, then you do something, then you check back with the group if it's supposed that you're trying to impact, and then that's a loop that's kind of constantly there, because if you can start going off track and not get where you're trying to go. So feedback loops and transparencies, honored. So when you're talking with folks, there's a lot of listening that needs to go on, particularly if you're coming from a white supremacist organization about different ways of doing things, what people think you should do, and honoring the the wealth that all the folks are bringing. And then the other one is kind of overseeing, making sure that all this stuff permeates all throughout the organization. It can't just, if you just say it's at the top. I mean, I've seen this in organizations that things get done but they never permeate down through the organization, become part of the culture of the organization. And another one we were talking about, because we've had issues that I've seen over the years. There's a lot of community groups that kind of self-bubble up in the organization, and we've not been very good at hooking into them. They have voices, and the structure in the system doesn't really kind of elevate them and get them up. So we need to be, because we have had in our district various groups like this and we don't embrace them enough, nearly enough. So we need to be on the lookout for that.
Thank you, group one. Tell me what you heard, what you're learning, and what you think might be missing. This is also for those of you within the group. What did you hear? What did you learn? What might be missing?
I think when I see the word publicly, that may be something that I'm left wondering about from what's up there, thinking about community. 'Cause that's usually the best way to make something as public as possible, is not only engaging with the community, but making sure that they're seeing it. So I wonder how that could fit in one of the areas that you all have outlined there.
So question around publicly, right? Because that was part of the question, like where does that fit in terms of, are we publicly checking with impacted groups Are we publicly doing feedback loops? That's what I'm hearing, like how are we publicly shifting power and practice? So I don't know if anybody wants to write that up here, but publicly is really important because we're trying to model, right, which is gonna get to number 2, right? So when we do things publicly, sure, we could have a meeting with the impacted group, but we need to let people know that we're meeting with the impacted groups, right? Thank you. What else did you guess?
This is the area, especially for the top, where you would need co-conspirators. So maybe something along those lines. Or with some wonderings around like what does that look like?
What does it look like to engage co-conspirators? Could you speak a little, push me a little bit on that?
Well, so I guess what I'm saying is that this is all hard, but I think that this is particularly challenging, being, especially with the public piece. You know, it's very visible. And I think there's opportunities where people are, you know, they may feel attacked and that's going to go up. And so how are you supporting your colleagues through this work? And I think one way to do that is to have, you know, accomplices, co-conspirators to, you know, reflect with, bounce ideas off of, to advance it, to continue advancing.
And approaches.
Yeah.
Right, like how do we approach particularly community groups with which we are not a member of that community? Right, it's imperative that we develop relationships with co-conspirators who can help to advance that. If I'm trying to get into the indigenous community because I want to do and hear from them, I might need to create some real, not like surface connections, but real connections with leaders in that community who can then help to show me not just so I can say what I want to say, which is what we often do, but so they can show me like, here's how you approach my community. So I'm learning, I'm coming from a place of humility, a place of learning, right? And not making assumptions. I think that's like.
I think that's kind of where that whole thing.
Honoring culture, yes.
Yeah, that's the cultural, and there's a term for that, they call it using the cultural, that helps the cultural movement, right? To
Cultural
support
program, I love that.
to help, but I think the co-conspirator part where that comes in, because that's actually centering culture in the work, which is different. Co-conspirators, I think, are good people to help you be a mirror. You can use both though, because you don't want to show up in a space where you are actually oppressing others as a district person, right? So how do you have the cultural broker set you up in a positive way so that you're really adhering and supporting and bringing through culture? But then who else can be there as a support person for you, that as a checkpoint person, because you want, that's your mirror, right? How do you hold up the mirror? You need that mirror person too to say, oh, Constantine, you stepped in that, you know, or maybe you should have done this or whatever, because you're in the thick of it, especially if you're leading. Some of these are really hard. And some people are really angry and they're coming at you with anger or frustration, or they're sad, or they feel like, well, why should we trust you? So there's a lot of feelings, and for you to be empathetic in that space, but you need people around you to sort of help check you too, because you need checkpoints too, as just as a person in that space too, because the last thing you want to do is harm anybody.
Absolutely. You don't really come back from that. I also was wondering, how do we publicly disrupt power, privilege, and oppression for students? All right, so what I kind of saw here might have been, I'm wondering how we might include this notion of
So I'm using my phone to take pictures of the walls.
You're gonna definitely have a bit like
Right.
to do that for students. Like, in what ways do we really model disrupting power for students? What does that look like for students when we disrupt power for them? Seriously, like, what does it look like?
Because it says on the starting point, nothing
without us, without us. Yeah.
I think it can look like taking responsibility when you like done harm or made a mistake, like if I like disrupting power for students, I think often in like disciplinary practices that are going on in our schools and thinking about like, you know, look, like we reacted or we responded prior to having all of the information and we made a mistake and we're sorry, you know, being able to say that to a student and to a family is important. I don't think we do that very well or enough. So that's an example, I think, that I think of.
Taking action on what we hear kids say, even if it's not maybe in a formal, like, hey, I'm asking you, what do you think we should do next? But if you're hearing something, you can take some action and do it and be like, hey, I heard y'all talking about this, so we're doing this thing. I think that's part of like disrupting, can be about showing them how you're willing to disrupt the power.
And how do we do that? What's the key ingredient for that? Yes. So student voice is the number one way that we disrupt power for students. And I would even say, I always push for students to be the table. Okay. Right, so I push for, if I really want to know what's going on with students, I don't get in a room with them. I have someone who's very close in age to them, get in the room with them, and then they can come and tell me, so that students can have a safe space, because generally, students don't speak their real truth in front of people who look like their parents. Or older, sorry. So being able to create loops, and I think, Hansi, you were saying that you started a student.
We're starting a student advisory group, and actually Alex is leading.
It is so important that students understand what it is to speak truth to power, but also that we listen. And you are one of 4 superintendents that I work with. They were like, we're gonna have to with students, and it's so funny that some superintendents feel like that has to be a big thing, but it doesn't. It's an everyday thing. So I'm so glad. I'm so proud that that happened.
So we had to extend it. You know, we learned some lessons along the way, but we're starting, I believe, hopefully, we're getting we got our final applications in, and we got some applications. So I'm excited.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
So the other thing is, we can bring students along, so, you know, we were just down in Olympia doing work with Olympia and trying to change the funding system down there, and now we brought 4 students with it, and they were literally in our legislator's office at the table when we were talking about it, and, you know, they contributed to the discussion, and
so critically,
you know, it's all of those things.
So critically.
So, yeah, just, and then how do we make that filter into classrooms?
Yeah.
So I think about when I visit Tukwila classrooms. Just like most school districts, most classrooms, I can just walk in those classrooms. I don't have to ask permission from students. Students don't have to give any sort of input into who is coming into those classroom spaces that they're in, especially in elementary school. Especially in elementary school. But we don't, right? That's not a structured space that actually we ask permission of students. Right, and across schools, same level, right? So what does it look like in the classroom when the us is students within the classroom get to shape what that, right, what that is as their own space in school.
So we have some examples that we have an environmental science group, and the president just, they want to put solar panels on our high school. So the president told me, you know, they wanted, so I'm gonna go talk with them in their group next week, you know, one adult and however many kids there are. And we'll talk about that whole issue and how do you do it? How do you get involved in it?
Yeah, it's so critically important. And I just want to say about the classroom environment, one of my favorite teachers would always, as you know, that first week when you're setting up like who we are in our classroom norms, they would have student greeters. And so when I went to visit, there's a student who, and this is the elementary school, this was Pablo, right? We walk into, and you walk into the room, the student is like, hi, welcome to room blah, blah, blah. Who are you? You know, basically, I mean, nicer, right? As a way, and then would introduce that guest. Oh, this is, you know, Jimmy's mom or whatever, because it is their space. And it like is a way to really disrupt power that the teacher runs everything and that the students start to own it. And that just brought that back for me. It was super powerful in that moment. So many of those, there's, oh, did I miss someone?
I have nothing unique to say that other folks haven't. I just think what's so difficult, I think about this power dynamic is so prevalent in education specifically, right? So not only is it just inherent and embedded when we're talking about anti-racism, but just in education, right? So I think on a really tangible, practical level of how do we really break those things down? It really is in the right? And how do we like actually disrupt adultism? It's really coming into play, right? Adults as the expert of, maybe you're experts in the content, but you're certainly not experts in how young people learn that content, right? So really shifting minds around actually co-creating learning spaces.
Which is cultural competence 101, right? So it all does start to circle back. And I would also wonder, nationwide, right? Our teachers are 82, 85% white women. I'm wondering if that is the same demographic here in Tukwila, but we have a very, very diverse people population. So when you can only co-create if you understand the notion of culture in a classroom, right? So many ways. This is all answering your question, Amy, about how, right? It's just, you know, don't ask a question if you don't want to answer it. Just so many ways that we can start to do that. And our recommendation is that we will keep having these conversations and push to those. And so I'm already seeing 3 themes. One theme is what does it mean in the classroom? Another theme is what does it mean for us to create partnerships, right? Cultural brokers, co-conspirators, we have to have partnerships with many of our marginalized communities. And then the third theme that I saw here is really this notion of persistence, you know, making sure that we continue pushing against that resistance. So that was great. Thank you so much, group 1. Group 2, in what concrete ways do we model decentering whiteness? Who would like to present?
I'm happy to talk unless somebody else wants to, but I can't.
I think this is group 3. Group 2, I think was here.
I'm out of.
Am I wrong?
No, you are correct.
You're disrupting the order.
Model.
Wow. I can read what we wrote just since I'm closest to the.
Yeah, right.
All right. And I also have to get closer, but it's very well.
Sorry.
All right, so concrete ways to decenter whiteness, we talked about, there are 2 like big opportunities coming up soon where we can do that via our negotiations with our teachers union and via the budgeting that we're doing every year, right? So it's our opportunities to show how we're gonna decenter whiteness. Different examples, using standing down, modeling that as white folks, making space to authentically listen to voices and perspectives. Again, we talked a lot about kids, kind of like group 1. Sometimes using questioning and protocols about decentering whiteness, like, oh, what does race have to do with theory? The 5 whys or different, like concrete ways to help people be like, oh, so how do I do this? Like, here's some tools you can take. Really working on developing shared interests. Erin talked specifically about maintaining the work of diversifying the workforce is a common shared interest in between labor groups and management in Tukwila. So how do we keep that work moving forward? We said first, it's important to acknowledge that policies and practices are built on whiteness. As we look at data review, how do we move beyond compliance? How is it benefiting students and who's participating in those things? And then how also to attend to students and families that may feel attacked or others. It's kind of switch streams. So those were the things.
Thank you so much. What did we learn? What did we hear? And what might have been missing, or what opportunities are there for other feedback?
Is the last one around, like, how do we attend also to families and students that may feel attacked or threatened with that? White families that might respond in that way, or?
It's a great question. Might I piggyback on that?
Yeah, yes.
How do you prepare for resistance? How do you prepare for what's gonna happen when you're at a meeting and you're like, let's name the fact that this is white supremacy culture, and we want to center the voices of Black, Indigenous folks of color. How do you prepare for folks and families who are gonna say, I feel attacked? I don't know why, I have to hear about this. This feels foreign to me, or whatever is gonna be said, right? One has to adequately prepare, otherwise one starts going, what, I didn't, right? And then you become defensive instead of saying, this is how the district is moving forward. And because it is a democratic imperative that we are going to be moving towards being anti-racist, one of the key pieces of that is that we name and identify whiteness and we work to decenter it. And you have to be able to roll that off your tongue in a way that doesn't take umbrage when someone is defensive. So I liken it to, I'm a mom of 4, and I just know that every time I tell my 19-year-old son to take out the trash, he's like, today, and I'm like, no, next year. Next year's when I want you to take the trash out, right? But I just know that's coming because this is who he is. There's never been a time that I've said take out the trash that he hasn't been like, so like, can I do it tomorrow? Like, it's always this negotiation factor that I hate. But I'm totally prepared for that. And I just think he just does it because it's just part of who he is. But he knows I'm like, take the trash out, right? I don't take it personal because I understand that that's where he's gonna come as a 19-year-old, right? What we have to do though, in a lot of what I've seen is we may sometimes take umbrage, right? Or people will use some of the strategies that we know have worked, tears, fragility, things of those nature that we know works, and then we're not prepared. And I keep asking educators, why are we not prepared? When we know that this is like tools of the oppressor, why are we not prepared for those things, right? So I read that as you did in a way like, that was really great, because if you're going to model decentering whiteness, you need to be prepared for the resistance to decentering whiteness. Yeah.
I'm thinking about something you said earlier too, like as we were getting started today, is like where you guys have been working with the district now for 3 years and doing this, but like you've yet to see like the commitment to holding, I forget what you said, but like having each other's backs also. So I think that part of it is being prepared and being like everybody on the same page. And then part of it is like, if my colleague is in this position, and that's a colleague who is Black, and how can I then go in and support them, take away from them feeling like they're the only person who's saying
for isolation.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think there's a lot of different layers to this, but I'm thinking a lot about what you said about like not seeing that, like, I don't know if you said have each other's backs or something along those lines, but like just thinking about that as leaders, especially because leaders have targets and those targets can look like different things, and yeah, just thinking about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back that, but yes.
Is that all right? And don't tell off hers too well. In the very beginning, should you be setting the stage, just like we did in this class, to say, look, we've got 500 years of history in this country, we got thousands of years globally. Just a few examples. I mean, it wouldn't take very long for me to talk about who used to pick the berries in our fields down where our mall used to be, wouldn't be very hard for me to mention who got sent away to concentration camps during World War II. It would not be hard, and I'm way outspoken about the Duwamish tribe and its recognition, and that they used to walk these areas, and that we actually identified the Black River and the Duwamish as their reservation, and we sent white representative back to Washington DC to quash that for the settlers that took over those lands. If you set the stage and then start walking through decentering whiteness, I'm not too sure the fragile that are amongst my race are gonna have much room to start whining, pining, and crying.
I love whining, pining, and crying. I'm gonna take that with me. Great, but I would argue there's a lot of room.
Yeah, because I think particularly with white folks, it's easy to look at history, right? And say, yeah, the history, oh yeah, racism has existed before. But I think the challenge is how do we help folks understand that like it is happening right here in front of our eyes, right? And we either have the opportunity to perpetuate it or disrupt it. So I think it's a both and.
That'd be the perfect segue, right? You set the stage and you go, and is it happening now? Let's talk about what happened.
Yeah.
And start pointing out some of the things that, you know, we're comfortable as white people doing all the time, because we don't even, some people even know what's happening.
I think where I find in education is the denial of anything happening, right? So what I have seen, of course, not here in Tukwila, what I have seen is a teacher is microaggressing a student of color. And I say to the teacher, hey, I just want you to know that when you said, you know, can I touch your hair? That could be viewed as a microaggression. And the teacher goes, I just like their hair and I think it's curly and springy and I want to touch it. It was like, you're out of it. And the teacher is like, there is nothing wrong, I've been teaching it, right? So then this list of things, right? And so having to say in that moment, I understand that was not your intent. Here's the impact. I need you to understand that you're moving from privilege. And then I name, and that is a piece that you are able to do from a white supremacist movement. And then folks then get really offended because then I've said white and supremacy. And then folks are like, so you're calling me the KKK. And then I go, no, this is a white supremacy culture. And then it's really like, oh, hell no. And then if a principal does this, I've seen a principal be grieved. I've seen, right? And then there's a one of these over here said retribution or retaliation. And then it starts to, so what we have to do in this moment, when we're naming it, I love norms. I totally agree with you. In meeting structures, yes. When we're not in meetings though, when it's a one-on-one, when a principal is going, this is what you did to this child, or to a staff member, I'm looking at our HR person, right? How do we then have to say, you know what, as a district moving towards anti-racism, I want to name that these things are rooted in whiteness, and I want you to be more cognizant of it so that the next time this doesn't happen. And that is a continual piece that we have to, I call it building, I'm back to the gym, I call it building the musculature to be able to say that. And then for those of us who are of color, we have to figure out how we are not always the ones who have to say it so that we have co-conspirators. And we have to realize that it's not a back and forth. Right? It is what it is.
Yeah.
Some people will and some people won't. And I think you have to understand that in as much as you're a small district, what you will see, like when I come visit this time next year and I go, Concy, what's going on? She's gonna be like, well, this is the group of folks who are willing to learn and shift. And this is the group who were not. And that's what we see nationwide, wherever, right? So I love that this is a piece that we want to be working on. Naming it, putting it in our norms, putting it as, you know, as some of the ways in which we do work, but it's the interpersonal that's gonna get you.
It's actually day to day.
Every single day.
Every day, because people, us, people of color, we have to live in this every day.
Every damn day.
I've already had people, so I'll just say my truth, I've already been here, what, 6 months? And people already, I have been microaggressed
For
in
sure,
certain
right.
situations. I have been. I don't call it out. Other people have noticed it as well in certain situations. So I'm just saying that, and well intentioned, you know, meaningful, but not meant to harm, not meant to, but, I've had those moments, and I think what I appreciate though is when other folks who've noticed it have come to me and say, you know what, Concy, I noticed that. And I saw it, and I'm gonna lean into that conversation for you, right? Because I saw it. That's a co-conspirator.
That's right.
Right? Because I'm already tired.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm already tired. And I know when I've been a principal or even an assistant, associate superintendent, all of that, it's usually the people of color that are really tired. They get to a point where they're willing to be in the fight, but sometimes they need a break. They just need a break, y'all. They need a break. And so, and then my thought is, as we try to bring in more people of color into the system, how do we create safety for them
That's right.
to continue to do that work? And how do we build safety for our leaders and for, you know, all of that? How do we build safety? But it means that we have to empower and we have to have people willing to lean into those tough conversations, because we can't do it all. We just can't. And people do look to us like, well, so you're the Latina person. What do you think? Right? Like things like they do it in subtle way. It's subtle. It's very subtle. But I just want to call that out. And I'm just being brave in this space, and I know this is online, but I want people to know that as a Latina woman in the system, I have been microaggressed in this short time here. And it only has to be once, y'all.
That's right.
So,
I also coach, right, our BIPOC female principals. Not just happening with staff, parents, community members, questioning. So microaggressions, but a lot of questioning of authority for these female principals of color. And so definitely not just at Tukwila, everywhere, but also we're small. And so being able to name, and what I'm suggesting is, I love that people come to you, and what I want people to do is to be like, I'm gonna have that conversation for you, and here's what we're looking for, right? And so the conversation has to be, you know, Erin, I saw what happened with Concy, and I want you to know that that may not have been your intent, but the impact was really weird. I'm wondering how I can call you in to have a conversation about that. That takes a level of courage. And I could do that if I'm a central office person, right? So like Amy could do that, Amy, right? Thank you. Amy could do that to Erin, but can you imagine a food service person?
Right.
Can you imagine what would happen if a, you know, custodial person was like, oh, there's power dynamics there. So we just have to look at all of those different pieces and figure out how we are going to create non-retaliatory structures for folks to do what they need to do. Chris, I saw your hand.
Yeah, and I know we're gonna shift to group number 3.
Yes.
And then have lunch, because lunch is here, so just, I recognize we're stopping the thing happening.
Sorry.
You know, this is racism all over the place, stops us from meeting. So I also want to lift up, connected to this, so, and this isn't necessarily a reflection of what group 2 talked about, most of our time talking about in what concrete ways do we model decentering whiteness was about white resistance to being decentered. Not doing the actual work of how do we even conceptualize and then map out, which there's some, group 2 has a whole list of things that are more than that, obviously, right? So, but this is how racism works, is to, as soon as we start saying, no, we're going to actually center all the folks in the room, and not just this room, but the rooms that actually the communities with which in our classrooms look like. As soon as we start doing that, we are immediately stopped with, no, but what about me? And usually that person is like, well, your children are in that classroom. So it's right, so they're actually benefiting from this conversation. But the what about me stops us from actually engaging, right?
this is how racism continually works and how white supremacy continually comes back to what about me, white person? When we say, wait, recognize white person, you are in a community of a whole bunch of other folks as well. You get to be a normal person in this space and not a white supremacist person, which means you get equal amounts of spaces, which means not more than, right? But that's a more complicated conversation. And again, we're totally on the far away from designing classroom spaces, school spaces, community spaces that center folks of the global majority, center the vast majority of folks who are in Tukwila schools.
Thank you so much for that reframe. I will admit, I spent a great deal of time figuring out how I'm gonna respond. Right, as a person, like I spend maybe like 80% of my time figuring out, okay, so when I say this and then somebody says this, then I'm gonna say this, right? Because I have to be at a space where I can do that. Otherwise, I'm triggered, my response is right. So thank you for that reframe, because it, as a person of color, consistently, I have to worry about whiteness consistently.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you for that. All right, group 3. Who is presenting for group 3?
Doesn't matter to me. There you go.
I want you guys to be able to see. Let me, I'll move back.
All right, so ours was how will we do anti-racism differently? One of the first things that I tried is actually starting and everyone committing to it. I'm gonna skip this real quick, because when we talk about everyone committing and actually starting, it's also how do we define it, right? So we may have our individual ways of defining what this work looks like, but how do we really cultivate it and indoctrinate it within our culture and our vision as an organization? But then that accountability part comes up, and I really appreciate Alex and breaking this down too, because usually when we say accountability, it's just kind of flat. It's like, and it's often used for as retaliation too, right? Especially in education. So breaking that down to peer-to-peer accountability, students to staff, so making sure that we create space for them to feel welcome and open to provide us feedback for us to adjust our actions, as well as communities system, which is really important. Then we talked about resistance. So being brave and not giving in so easily to those who are resisting us, right? So as a system resisting against what did you say? What was the wine, pine, and
Brian, whining and pining.
exactly. So resisting that as a system, not giving in, not just laying down and letting those individuals who have typically had power to continue with that power. Decentering us being the system, and decentering and something that we talked about actually when we initially wrote this was that if you ask every educator in our system, they will automatically say, oh yeah, I need essence for my family. It's like, I'm here for my families, I'm here for my students. So how do we really start to decodify our actions, our language, and our decisions to reflect this? So while you may have that personal belief and that is what you project to others, how do we start to really analyze, is this true? Have you gotten feedback to ask whether you are sincere? Yeah, so it coming from their own voices. Then we have inclusion in decision-making spaces, so representation and alignment with the population, making sure that those voices are not, that they're not just being oppressed, but it's meaningful. So it shouldn't be tokenizing. You shouldn't have it just so they can say diversity change. It shouldn't be where you're just counting who is at the table, or how do we operationalize what this means, what inclusion and uplifting and empowerment, what does it look like? Making it cyclical, so requiring adjustment and assessment, intentionally oh yeah, not just please come or you're invited, but actually being intentional about, you know, face to face, I would really appreciate it if you're here because I value. And then making sure that, it's intentional in terms of timing and location. When we talk about it, we can't, you know, hold a meeting in the middle of the day when families obviously can't be there because they're working, or hold it in a location that's not accessible. To. Then we had, oh, I like this one. No longer fit active. When you talk about creating that list of individuals who will be on board versus those who want, it's really important that if we have identified as a system that this is our mission and values, then we need to have some tough conversations, right? Are you willing to join in on this work? We're not asking you to do a 180 overnight, but are you willing to be brave and to take those steps towards change? And so I appreciate it when we said omit niceties, because it's like, you know, you know, so. And then persistent, so being active and challenging, holding white folks accountable without harming Black and brown folks or relying on us. And then continuous space for continuous learning and reflection, which is very critical in this work, right? Allowing, encouraging, us to make space for vulnerabilities, but not coddling individuals to where it then turns, it then the focus kind of goes on them and their fragility instead of the work that needs to be done. But I really love that continuous learning and reflection because that's something that we all have.
No, thank you so much, group 3. As I looked at that list, what came up for me was really all 3 of the lists. What came up for me was what is stopping us? No, actually, what's stopping us?
We are stopping ourselves.
We're stopping ourselves. What else?
I think there's a fear of what that might mean maybe for the system
Fear.
or the people that are connected to it.
Fear. Fear is false evidence that appears real, right? Fear. Fear. When I talk to principals, you know what they tell me? Will the district have my back? When I talk to district people, they're like, will the district have my back? I was like, aren't you the district? Fear. Fear. When I talk to teachers, will the principal, right? It keeps rolling up. When I talk to other people, it's union. What's the union gonna say? Is the union gonna agree? Is the union gonna do this? What's gonna happen? These are systems put in place to stop forward momentum. So if we know fear is there, then our number one job is to figure out how we mitigate fear. And with that, I'm gonna have us transition to lunch now. Cabinet, I understand that you are like, let me go get some work done. So we will have lunch for you. You can eat it here or take it with you. What we're gonna do, board, is we're going to transition after lunch to have our last little conversation that's gonna prepare you for your secondary retreat tomorrow, as if you're not spending enough time in retreat. And so, but we have, it's 11:09, what time is it?
11:39.
Yeah, 11:40. So we have until 12:30. So cabinet, you can go, you can stay, you can take your lunch with you, whatever you want to do. And then we're going to go to transition, but we're going to take a good 20 minutes to just eat first, right? So thanks so much for this morning session. I left you with, well, how are we mitigating fear? That's where we left you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're back on. Bear with the tech. I'm not used to having my face that close to a screen. Let's break this down. Assuming you can see some of these a little far back, but yeah, and the screen's a little off, but we wanted to come back with a little bit more tangible conversation. Yeah, exactly. Come back with a little bit more context of, as you all know, especially in Tukwila, some of the recent members of the extended community so we opened up this morning with the recognition that increasingly there are refugee populations around the world. The Congo in particular has been extended elevated violence, in part connected to the United States. So there's a rationalization, I think, in many ways of why the United States is specifically welcoming in, we want to use that term loosely, refugees from the Congo. Asylum seekers is some of the terms that we're using, is not to get into the politics of what somebody is literally termed when they come, but according to the UN, it totally matters in terms of where you land and how you land, whether or not you land with resources. So I do a lot of work in South Africa as a parallel, and a number of refugees come through South Africa instead of, so that means you had some resources to get to another country on the continent. Usually folks who come from another country, even though they're coming from the Congo, have a little bit more resources when they land, because they usually went through an agency that had more resources. So what that means is locally, a number of folks have resettled here or been resettled, meaning they didn't necessarily know where they were going to land when they left the Congo. And so some of the local communities here, it's South King County, not just Tukwila, have essentially opened up their arms and received folks. Many of those folks didn't know where they're going, were fleeing, didn't and do not necessarily know where their families are, or different members of the communities. I think a number of you who are paying attention to what's happening around know this already. And the blessing is folks were able to bring up the children. The struggle is now, of course, Tukwila schools are the space for families that come. And some of these children not only don't, like English might not have been a language of instruction if they were going to school, if they were that age. And we don't know how long they're going to be where they're going to be. Folks are still trying to be actually settled, right? So part of that is recognizing there's a larger global context. Many of the newcomers that are coming are not wholly from the Congo, but that's the one that has a little bit more of a global kind of presence.
We're actually connected. I think what's going on in Congo has pushed people to Angola, which is where we're getting them from. But anyway,
yeah, right. So yeah, and I mean the entire region. Right. I mean, this is what happens, right?
Right.
So
we're getting both and Venezuelans.
Right. And folks are fleeing Venezuela, and folks are fleeing other countries around that in connection, right? So you know, like again, there's a larger political context as to why these things are happening and what kind of imperialism is happening to these different countries. Obviously, we're not going to fix that. And we are not the only communities that are unprepared, unresourced to create some kind of welcoming space. What has been happening, again, I think you all know and are experiencing, especially in schools, there are thousands of schools across the US that have the equivalent of tens or hundreds of students, children, that they're now trying to figure out what to do with. Many of whom don't speak English, or at least don't speak English as a first, second, or third language, right? So part of the conversation that this has been an undercurrent, obviously. One of the former board members was and is very active in creating a space for some of these families, right? So y'all have been in, if not public conversations, certainly sidebar conversations around how to provide particular supports. I've been to a couple of the different spaces in Tukwila, where families are, and talked to some of the parents essentially and been like, so hi, what y'all doing? Once with a translator from a family from the Congo and Angola, so it was a dual family context, and they did not know that. So this is the 2nd of January. They did not know that they could have their children in school, and they've been here for about a month. Right, so there's also like, wait, there's a place that I could put, like, so one, there's just a larger context of families don't necessarily have information. As a school district, it's like, what do we actually do with children and families that we don't know how long they're gonna be here for? They don't know how long they're gonna be here for. Right? So, and don't always know where folks are coming from. And many of the times that folks are not coming from the country that they were fleeing.
But in a sense, as a school district, we do know because it's the federal law called McKinney-Vento that as long as they aren't settled, we are gonna go get them wherever they are.
That's right, that's right. Right.
So we know that.
Right, exactly. They may not know that.
They may not know.
Right, right. So, totally. And so the couple families that I was talking to and a couple of the educators, community educators, not in the district, were also like, part of the thing is helping families wrestle with the idea of like, wait, you want to take my child right now? Like, what, we are just fleeing all this context and we don't know what's happening and where we are, who's doing what, then my child's going to school, where? What's going to happen to my child in the school context, right? So, and much of this is translated across multiple languages to communicate that, right? So obviously a lot of dire like needs, right? And not a lot of resources from which to support. So
that's also we're here from the government, we're here to help, but they're coming from a country that are trying to get away from the government.
Right. On top of like, so what we were talking about previously, on top of a bunch of anti-Blackness. So also, so again, depending on which country folks are coming from, not that there isn't Latinx conversation and migrant families that we've been thinking of as migrant families, even though folks from Venezuela are not migrant families in that context, right? So there's a whole lot of like, wait, what do I do with these folks? And the we and they is dramatic in many of these cases, right? So coming back to the second question that we asked previously, in what concrete ways do we model decentering whiteness, especially when we're talking about folks, newcomer populations that are living within this like thick context of not knowing, and like that uncertainty is huge. The fear is huge. The lack of resources is huge. How do we? So, and this Tukwila schools, right? How are newcomers othered? We're gonna do a turn and talk in a second, but how are newcomers othered within Tukwila schools? Part of this is structural. What do we mean by community? We have community listed everywhere. What does that mean? Especially with folks who have I'll frame it as a shattered definition or experience of community. Maybe not definition of experience. And then what does that mean for family and parental involvement? Especially when we have structures in place for specific kinds of families and parents to be involved. So 3 real questions under the larger framing of opportunities to decenter whiteness with a specific population. So I would say, so turn and talk, right? We could do two different groups. 3 questions, you may not answer all of them. But a little bit more concretely, we have some actual concrete numbers of students and families that they can connect with. How are we othering them? What do we actually mean by community in practice? And then what does that mean for family parental involvement? Make sense? Any questions before you talk through?
Is this already taking place at Tukwila? I mean, are we already doing these 3? My question would be, what? Because you want us to turn and talk, I'd rather hear from the people that are dealing with it each day. What is happening?
So maybe like a status of what's going on right now.
Currently within, what is,
Right.
how is, because
Like, how is the district
this
responding?
isn't gonna happen, this has already currently been happening.
Right.
So
Right.
what are?
We're 8 months
what is
in.
it? There you go.
Right, 8 months in, but really like 3 months of
Yeah.
elevated.
Well, I can talk about, since I've been here and I know Tukwila has a history in the past, I don't wanna.
Right.
Where they've done this in the past at greater lengths, whether they've had an influx and they've done certain things. So one of the things we've been doing here is doing that whole, when we talk about quickly respond when we get new information and how to quickly respond to these situations. So one is when we got the influx of students, right? We discovered a gap in terms of understanding around the community law, right? That was the first thing we learned. So we had to shift and remind everybody, because what happened was paperwork, people were waiting for paperwork at the school, not all our schools, right? But they're like, we need, right? So we've been constantly adjusting because it's about making sure everyone's educated. So we educated everyone on, at least like the office managers and the principals, and reminding everyone. So any student that comes through your door, you take, even if they don't have full paperwork, even if they don't have, which is hard because there is sort of like, well, we want to get ready for them, right? But we had to say, no, you welcome them in. And so we had to reset what the expectations were around what that looks like.
Right.
So that was the first shift. And then the next shift that happened for us is then we had an immediate need of more supports, right? More multilingual. So we had to re-strategize. What did that look like? The big question was we had a lot of Portuguese students, So the automatic response was we need a community liaison. Well, we couldn't even find somebody to come to open house, and I had to phone a friend who happened to speak, was Brazilian. So he, former principal, he came free and helped open house. So that meant, well, let's start with translators, see what we can do for translation support and see what we can build from there, right? To get translations into the service. The other thing we learned is that, again, then we shifted and learned families don't have information, right? So families don't have information or they didn't know. So then we assigned one of the community liaisons who, with 2 Spanish speaking ones. And so they also could do the support with the translator, with the Portuguese person. So they go there, they went to Riverton every Wednesday. And that was their new assignments. We shifted. So, and that our role is engagement, enrolling families, because what we learned was it was a big burden that the paperwork wasn't getting done correctly, or they didn't have proper translation. So we just tried to eliminate barriers as much as we could, right? And then the next shift was then, for example, that I had to shift again. And I'm only now in October, y'all.
Right.
I'm only in October.
As folks are still coming.
Yes, kids are still coming. Our classrooms are being over, a high number of classrooms. I noticed Cascade View was really busting at the seams in terms of enrollment. They were reaching capacity in terms of like CBA language and on and on. So I did an executive order to move the boundaries, at least for elementary only, and move them to Thorndike. So any new students after Thanksgiving would go to Thorndike. And we met with the principal and we said, hey, it's gonna happen on this date. You have you have these services. This is what you need to do. And we worked with transportation, made sure transportation was in alignment. So there's a lot of like background stuff that has to happen, but I also didn't want Thorndike not to be ready, right? So we give them, you have a week to get prep for this, talk to your team, talk to your staff, transportation, do you have a class already assigned? Yes, we do. So just all of those pieces. Then we had a few mitigation requests for staff, funding of staff. We couldn't approve all of them, but we did approve 1 or 2 of them based on the need of and we looked at reallocation of services and supports. And then the last thing I think that we've had to really pivot was then when all of a sudden, remember, they started moving them to the motels, and the hotels learned that there was a big, so this was my learning, and also our transportations department, bless Susie Kelly, bless her. She, what happened was the community organizations, that some of them were independent and some of them were not, but when they were coming in to take the families, nobody had a list of who they took. Okay. And we were getting calls from the transportation folks in other districts going, who, because they didn't have a list either. And so, but the thing, what people have to remember in Tukwila School District is if they go to Auburn, they're still Tukwila School District students. If they go to camp, they're still our students. And so we've had, and that's what I had to let the city of council know as well. When you pass an ordinance, you have to remember, as long as they're McKinney-Vento or homeless status, there are students, even if you say only 100 kids at a time, or
Right.
move them into 100 hotels and then bring in another 100 families, there still are students.
By the way, the state doesn't pay for that.
And the state
Right.
does not pay for
Right.
that, which is why we've been advocating at the state level as
Right.
well. So all these increase of resources, you have to understand, is also, and so we've had to pause certain things for the budget to say, we're gonna fund this because we're already in a deficit. But these are needs, and so we've had to be really critical about, for example, transportation, we're not getting recouped for, because we are the ones that have to transport the students to Auburn, to Kent, to CTEC. And so, and then we've had to mitigate behind the scenes on other things. So we finally worked on the list of working, we have our list.
Right.
So now, but we have to, because when I call, Riverton, they weren't given the
They didn't.
information either.
Right.
So there's a lot of
Right.
things working in a vacuum.
That's right.
And then we here have to make sense of it, course correct, and even if there's a lack of coordination out there for whatever reason's happening, that I have to deal with it
Control that.
anyway, because it's my responsibility to deal with it. Because there are, excuse me, I would say, I don't mean this any disrespect, but I think I'm like, these are our babies, right? These are our students. It's our job to make sure we are mitigating every step. So it's been every 3 weeks or something, a new learning, and we're like, oh, but in terms of what I will say is the community, the staff is, they are worried about the students.
Completely.
I heard about people being worried about winter in October, in September, when I was out in
Right.
schools. That was the first thing. What are we gonna do? So there's a lot of worriedness from community, a lot of wanting to help, figuring out how to, so they did the newcomer night at Showalter for the, they're trying to think of other ways to engage families in meaningful ways. So a lot of really support, intentions, and to be honest, which worries me about the budget a little bit, is the need is so high because we don't get funded, as you said, for some of these things, but the need is still there. And so the need's not going away, and I don't see the need going away for at least another year or two, or at least. And so we have to plan for that. And every time I go out to schools and talk to teachers, what they're thinking and what I'm trying to impress upon our teaching staff is, so how do we build our own capacity to support newcomers instructionally in classes? That's the question. I think all the Maslow's hierarchy, which is like food and shelter and all of that, like the basics, I can't control the basics. But I can mitigate as much as I can for the basics. We give them free meals, we've got the we've got all these things, right? But at the end of the day, our job as an institution is, how do we educate our students? And so it is a big aha for teaching staff. And I would say most of them really want to know skills and strategies. So we've been doubling down on our efforts on that. But at the same time, it really is about, how do we keep building our capacity? And I will say, in any situation when it's a crisis, and this is just my own experience, when we think about like an earthquake, for example, there are people who are so overwhelmed, they don't know what to do. There are people that are really scared about the situation and they don't know what to do. And then you have the people that just roll up their arms and get to work. And so we have those three types of groups, and I will say, we've had experience that all three of that throughout this short period of time here around how to support students this way. And I'm trying to figure out how to keep meeting those needs with a limited budget.
About how many newcomer students arrived this year?
So I can only speak, I don't have the exact numbers on me, but I can just tell you from when we did the numbers from Riverton, we had 122 students just from Riverton, which is on top of our already homeless population and newcomer population. But I can get the exact numbers, but that's just from that to share. Just that's 122 is quite a lot for a 2,600 district. That's a lot. So yeah, and it's growing. I'm saying it's growing. If you're talking to somebody who has to change boundaries, it's because it's growing. And even I have talked to the principal. We've talked to the principal recently. He's like, well, a couple of my classrooms there are a couple of classrooms, not all of them, but they're getting close to full. So I'm just saying it keeps coming. And so we keep responding and we try to shift, and we can't do everything either. So it's a struggle. I'm trying to be as responsive as I can while we build the capacity of our teachers to really be able to support them in the classrooms. And some of our teachers are experts already. I'm just gonna say that because you have experts here too.
Thanks for all that. I think just to kind of add, I think what comes to mind when I see these questions, and I understand why you asked that question. I know what I've learned about you definitely is you're very concrete. Like what's happening, what are we doing? And I think about even listening to all those things that you started to implement or you're adjusting to make sure are done doesn't actually, sometimes those things can be a veil for white saviorism, right? And so when I see these questions, I think, what is the mindset that we have around the newcomer families that are coming, right? Two big examples that I can think of is even just the language that we use when we are in board meetings or in cabinet meetings or whatever, as we talk about folks that are coming to Tukwila. I think another thing is just the agency that I think we often take away from parents.
Yes.
You know, I mean, there are so many biases around language. And oftentimes when people don't speak English, don't speak English well, or even have an accent, right? There's this bias that they're dumb, right? So I think those things are insidious in a way that then actually we have taken away parents' agency because we believe that we know what these young people that are coming need, when I think we have so much more curiosity to have versus come fit into our mold of education. Anyway, so that's kind of.
I can share an example of that is, without going into details of the city or one of the hotels, when students started coming, I got a call from some folks over there, whether it was the city or whatever, demanding or asking, felt like a demand, but I'll say ask, for me, the district, to provide those buses, those really expensive $2,000 a day buses from high school, middle school so that kids could all arrive nicely and neatly so that, and I was thinking, we don't have the money to do that for even our own field trips. And two, they're using agency, like they're being independent, they're using the Metro passes, just like and they can do it and they're arriving home, especially in high school and middle school. And they have families, they have parents there receiving them, like they have their own parents there. And so it was a very interesting, and I know it came from a good place. I know it came from, we wanna, but I get that, but we had to really politically, and because this is a city group we wanna partner with. I mean, I don't wanna, but we had to also say, look, this is what we can do and this is what we can't do. And so what's the problem we're trying to solve, right? So there's been a lot of negotiations behind the scene around, and that to me came from a, especially around parent agency, like totally just, forgetting that they have parents come receiving them at the hotel, ready to welcome them and love them. And, but I understood they wanted it. They weren't used to that. They weren't used to a bunch of students coming on their property and just roaming freely and all those things. Our kids are pretty, especially our kids, these are really great kids. Right. And they're gonna be respectful and they're gonna, but so that's why I wanted to get at is what is the problem we're trying to solve? And then how can we come together? And it did work out. We had a lot of meetings and we actually came up to a win-win solution, but I'm just letting you know that's kind of what we deal with too, is not really sure where people are coming from. So we have to ask those assumptions because it does come, for me, it felt like, what's the intent behind this? Is it, what are people worried about? These black and brown teenagers walking around there, what's happening? And so there's a lot of work behind the scenes that has to happen to support this. But I just want to say that I understand their intent, but whose interests are we trying to serve? And for me, I want to protect my family, my parents. There are parents, they're Tukwila School District students, there are kids. And so I want to protect and help support their agency around their own children.
So do you feel like, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, in what ways specifically can we protect, I heard you say protect the parents' agency, families' agency around
student agency,
and student agency, in what ways can we do that allows, I mean, I think it's really interesting because there's an instructional piece that we've already admitted. And then there's I'm new to this area, to this country, to this language, right? And how do we help, I was gonna say provide training for adults to understand what agency looks like. That's number 2. And then I guess number 3 is just, where are we as a leader, as a group of leaders? Where are we in terms of how we want to help support newcomer policy across the district? Because I heard you say there will be more.
Possibly, and I will say, the other thing, I cannot speak enough about the McKinney-Vento liaisons. We have 2 full-time ones, and they've really adjusted to this increase. The key for me is not working outside of coordination. So the community liaison that actually is actually in coordination with them, right? To make sure that they're all in alignment and they're working together. And we check in with them, do you have capacity? It's a lot for everybody. And we haven't thought about, should we add a 0.5 person? Like all of these things we're thinking about. Do we need to do that next year? Do we need to plan that for next year? And but we don't know what's going to happen next year. Like we just don't know. And so, but I think I just want to make sure that I let people know, at least in terms of support and services. And that's what their job is. They meet with families, they find out what they need, what they support. And I want to make sure their voice is always centered in that, because it's a big job. But it's not easy, and I'm not saying here that I have all the answers. I'm not at all.
You can't, right?
No.
Like the district is not resourced
No.
to be the agency.
No, we're not a
Settlement
service agency.
and support agency, right? Like
No, we're
that's
not. No, we're not an agency.
Right.
We're a school district.
But the other part of to answer the first, how our newcomers, others, is we're examining, okay, so they got all this, getting to school, what's happening in the classroom, what's going on. And, we've had a tendency to, separate the newcomers, the non-English speakers, and put them over somewhere else. Instead of, and I know we're trying to get initiative to change that. And so it also talks to the second point of community, we put them all together. And we've seen that tends to produce better student outcomes when, everybody is working community-wide all together. So that's a structural system that needs to change. And we've, years ago, I think we did more of that, then we kind of veered toward what we call intervention strategy, which puts us somewhere else. That, there's some deficit with them, and instead of including them and moving everybody forward together. So that's a work in progress.
What do we mean by community? Have we defined community here in Tukwila?
In my mind, it's the idea of everybody being, I go back to my kind of equal opportunity approach, everybody being included.
Okay.
As opposed, I guess I'm defining it by what it's not, which is separating, including.
So community means inclusion.
Right.
And I would say you can't have inclusion without belonging, but you can, clearly. But you would want to have inclusion and belonging.
Right.
Community.
Yeah.
What else? Because I've heard us talk about how one way is that I think I might be, I want to make sure I represent this correctly. What I thought I heard is one way that we other is by not having inclusion and belonging in community, right? So, yeah, I flipped it. What does it mean to be in community in Tukwila? And so I'm not sure that you need to answer that this moment, but one of the things that we're going to be pushing you around is maybe we should say that, so that as newcomer populations and also those who are traditionally marginalized can also be like, this is what this means to be in Tukwila. This is what this means to be a resident or a school attendee or whatever in Tukwila. And so that sort of starts again from this naming. How do we model decentering? The way that we model is to name the thing that we are actually trying to do.
And I think wrestling with community in a space like Tukwila is, Dr. Conce, as you illustrated, a Seattle, a lot of, so there's also a lot of newcomers who are in Seattle. But they can largely move and still be in the same district. But to move 3 blocks here, you're in a different district, right? So there's the definition of community, and right, literally means people who may not actually be counted, however we count, right? We have one law, sort of, that's like, well, let's make sure there's somebody who's responsible the first district on record in that way, right? But Auburn has the same issue, obviously, right? Like, so there's a regional struggle around this like, how do we actually define in practice who's included when those families may not actually live in this town and have largely no need to have a conception of which town I live in anyway, because they don't control where they live right now, right?
Very much.
Right.
But they can control the relationship they have with their school district. Absolutely.
Completely.
And we can control that.
Right. And really, like, I feel like the uncomfortable part, because we're not funded for this, is schools are the only public space for belonging. Schools are we don't have another public space.
Use the library.
Right.
Maybe.
Right. Right.
Depends on where it is.
Right. It depends on where it is, depends on, right, and it depends on folks know to, right. So there's a challenge that school districts totally not funded for it, to your whole point, right? But this is like, we get to represent the space of belonging, really, especially for hundreds of people that we're talking about, right? That's a lot of people.
So I guess was that helpful? Because I know we had asked you to break into small groups and we're gonna do it again. But now that you have that contextual information, was that helpful? I love it. Okay, so now what we want to know is, so what's the now what, so what? All right, so we know what's happening. We know that we are expecting there to be a continual influx, basically, right? Of newcomer, and we also know that funding is rough, and this also sets us up for tomorrow,
right?
For your conversation tomorrow about budget, right? So how do we respond? What do we do? What are a couple of concrete strategies that we can identify as leaders and agree upon, especially as board policy members, right? Policy makers, right? The folks in this room make policy. So, you know, what are the pieces that really need to be happening so that we can be better or more responsive or more inclusionary, more, you know, we can create more belonging, we can create a better relationship with our school district. Like, how do we really use this to set us apart? So that's what we want ultimately, is for Tukwila to be a safe space for folks who are coming into our communities. So that's the question. You have the answers, we don't.
Or you have questions to get to the answer.
We have hopefully helpful stems. So we would love for you to break into 2 groups here, group 1, group 2, and just start to answer some of those questions for about 10 minutes. The 3 here and 3 here.
All 3 questions.
Well, we sort of talked through the questions.
Yeah.
What we're now answering is like, what's the now what, so what? Like, what do we need to do? Are there policies that we need to enact? What's our next steps?
Echoing Dave's point, going to Olympia.
Right.
Change the dynamic reactions.
So how are cameras covered at Foster? New cameras. one perspective, one's more perspective, but do you see them as part integrated or is this more segregated? What do you see?
I think sometimes there's sometimes it comes to the classroom.
Made a whole lot.
Yes. Like, I feel like we put any of this stuff in the concept, like, they are said, not everyone, it's like, the resources are not. So, I feel like especially for, so like, you know, it's probably, yeah, like, people are, like, it's nice, it might be, for example,
A stable standard
like,
that we can.
how everything is a picture, especially if you come to social.
I would want your policy.
Yeah, right.
But here they are blind.
There's some that's good. So
That's what I think.
policy of the do what's in the best interest of the students.
Yeah,
As a norm. That's cool.
yeah, I think. Yeah, I feel like that's what
That's what's cost.
If Roma, or
Yeah.
Roma, I'm sorry for sitting in.
Yeah, I've got it.
On everything. But we don't want to have that happen.
Yeah.
You're Portuguese. That's okay, but you are hearing us otherwise. You are hearing kids speaking their own language.
You haven't necessarily seen that being discouraged, like, yeah,
It's not discouraged.
No,
Question is,
Dennis has had a lot of those talking about language and that's like the, so now, community means so many things, right? And there are many different places and ways that are. And so I, what we're doing is to create spaces where.
Like you tell us, it's called.
They just have.
Yeah, but when you get-
To talk about things that are.
so that would be
To speak,
Yeah,
or a caucus or something like that.
Or a club
right?
or a, are there clubs like that?
We're
There are
getting
some
down
schools have that,
to
they have like Spanish.
situations
So that way
that
kids who
happen
want to learn
as a
Spanish
teacher,
can be part of the Spanish club.
superintendent.
But they have to get in, yeah, shooting
Figure out
smart,
the
use
space.
their cultural
But I feel like, most of us have to like more severe origins or hobbies.
Funky.
Except for the PSU, right?
Yeah, we do, yeah, we do. Like,
Influx here. I spent thousands. And she
Really,
coming now, I
it's-
just reading.
That is how scary, this is overwhelming. It must be right for, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, leaving their room. Everything they went through, to force them out of the home, to now get straight, and then to walk into a student room with, they're only speaking a language, that English education is something typically said for just like a crazy. At least you gotta do it.
Cause some guys tell me something.
They could feel a sense of like, because it's, I think, out of those spaces, they're gonna be hopefully realize that they can do that, very well, be their own accessible places.
They're not on.
Have agency. And then also have support, because I'm usually like, when I was a new principal teacher. I remember, we allowed kids to speak their own languages, we allowed them to use text, we allowed phones. And, but what I also tried to do is gather students together, really design schedules, so that one student wasn't alone.
Most
Right,
people
so,
are smart to navigate.
Yes.
Think about what it takes to
there
go
was a
navigate.
couple of Spanish speakers, like your one or your two students there.
To
So
Brazil,
they
they
could
thought it once.
provide
That's-
additional
that's
support
probably
for a
the
newcomer,
smart
right? So, and you have somebody parents, you can't
But
reach
they all
out
know any of the time.
Yeah.
and so then you can be intentional about grouping, and usually the teachers were pretty good at saying, okay, you know, Sally, can you please help
Andrea, for this one lesson, make sure she understands, so you could sit together and partner over, right, into a way. The students don't usually remember what it was like to be that, so they're willing to do that because they remember what it was like to be in their first year, so some people think like, well, that, you don't wanna choose, and of course, if a student doesn't want to, that's fine too. But that's why you don't have just one student, you have a cluster of students, so you cluster students according to their interests, so if they want to algebra. Make sure that you're designing, it's kind of like universal design, the same thing for like with kids with disabilities, it's the same thing for language. And how do we design, and it doesn't mean you have all like full of, but if you have a large number of Spanish speakers, for example, or a large number of Oromo speakers who are actually all interested in the sciences or robotics, like how do you do that in a way so that they can just support each other? Then that helps build community because the student that's been here 3 years, so like, okay, hey, do you wanna come with me to this club? Do you wanna, you know what I mean? It's all, it's like a web, it's like creates a web.
Not today.
You create a web of, you must create this like underground web of support. Like, you know, like student to student support, adult to student support, educator to teacher support, teacher to teacher, you see what I'm saying? Teacher to student.
Somebody should get them.
So
that sounds okay. Right.
what is our postures or shoulders for like the translation service? Could a student feel this on to do that? Or would they, was that one of the teacher in the classroom?
I can remember
That's how they.
last year there was the guy who makes no one.
Yeah.
Most countries have multiple.
I got
Some of them. Just like when you orthodox.
Oh, yeah.
Passive patient.
Oh, yeah.
So there are, I know there are some devices that are specific for translation.
I always say we're 2 generations, because then that doesn't get the. But for them.
You know, in like the.
But I don't know, in terms of.
What they're trying to do is
really thinking about like.
Sure,
who's
that's
that intended to serve, right?
In
In some ways.
Yeah.
People are not that great in science to know that this distraction, it does impact their prefrontal cortex, it does impact all of those things. Like, that will also not taking away someone's ability to actually have access to all those things as well. Language access is what I'm interested in, or you think about ADA. With an accommodation for a disability, because it was, you know, that's what I think of in terms of like some type of device, not necessarily a phone, but a device. What we devised was, this was the issue we came up with. We had no cell phone policy, except on direction the teacher. The teacher would say, okay, this is the time to take out your phone to translate, or like things like that. And so, but I wonder what else is out there to develop that would be a great translator for students. Because we do have like language line, and I keep wondering, so I don't think the reasons for IEP. Why don't we use language line? That's true. Like, language line is something where you can, and you can listen in to, so for example, when the teacher is instructing, you can call into language line and get an earbud, and then all everything the teacher's saying, the presenter's saying is automatic translation. Yeah, so it's called language line. So that could be something to utilize language line, especially in some of our core content classrooms where we have a large number of students. Because then, if you think about a newcomer, let's say somebody from enroll out ordinance with them, they could be exited ready to go to high school, ready to do all these things. It doesn't mean they don't have the skills, it just means they don't have the language. But they could be completely prepared to take algebra or language arts or drawing, but they need language line, so they're getting the information in their language. But the thing is that the language line, and I think with instructions, you get instructions, and then you can participate meaningfully with the translator, the parent, educator, another student in the discussion of language. So there's, I think we're getting instructions.
how do we get instruction through language line level? That's an interesting concept.
So the
I'm gonna
teacher
talk
is
to you
telling
about
Or they take on for one
A few
fifth.
weeks ago, we were
Five
meeting,
cities.
I asked the question.
Take on one fifth,
I
everybody else.
assume
to share.
that there's a mechanism for
Where it makes sense.
get a gauge for someone's literacy or
Yeah,
reading
that's-
comprehension in their
that's-
language. Which to me, I feel like that.
If Thailand has to take students.
Doing that, we're already assuming that the level is in, right? Versus like,
But you're talking about
again, creating something, whether it's.
more advanced than that.
Yeah.
For that purpose, getting books in that language, for that purpose of saying, okay, actually, where are you in your skills? Language aside, right?
Why don't we work out
Because I think
around
that
each other, or
Eastern
why don't we
like
work out your learning, to work out together?
Yeah, right? English is a mechanism.
Well, even I heard,
She.
we're talking about heritage
is
language.
very clever.
right? I heard somebody step up to identify them.
Getting them together.
Well, how is our, so we're coming up with heritage language, Chinese or heritage language.
So they all know.
But that's.
How are they gonna work?
Again,
Again, but I would like.
What you're talking about is expansion. Thailand.
Well,
It's like, well, all hands together.
or there was minority, we've always been.
Right, right.
Okay, one more minute, please.
Think people's brains are smart and they're hearing
Right.
something, so you're
I said three.
like, that should be the goal of our system.
The goal is to
Yeah,
bilingual in both. That's great.
Or help them,
Practice.
it's about education.
Which-
Education
Yeah.
can
And
happen
then go for funding.
separate from
the form.
Oh, yeah, always.
entire school system. Another thing is to wait to get more policies, therefore it is, policies on this.
Well.
So,
the whole
you know,
building
from,
systems.
I think there's an assumption, it's a fairly true assumption, I don't, I think. Assumptions are really careful, but there's a really true assumption that most new companies, public schools are the top. Yeah, and so knowing that, how does that then change how I'm gonna engage disciplines?
Yeah.
Right, because as a matter of fact, you should actually eliminate, right, because if I know that you're trying to for a first, I think, and discipline is not one of them, right? And especially exclusionary, just.
All right, we're gonna come back to the.
It's the most rewarding professionally.
And it's up to them.
They really want to be engaged, and when they sit there passively, they're not. Oh, no, it's not great. They're actually not. like,
I'm gonna bring up back to, oh, I'm sorry.
They're not.
Okay.
I'm working it out.
Different groups.
All right, what did we come up with? And we want to make sure that we hear from everyone whose voice should be in the room. I'm just looking over there. I don't know. Right, but
Not calling somebody out, but calling somebody out.
right, we're not calling anybody out, we're calling people out. What did we kind of come up with? Like, where are some of our next steps?
So. what-
Thanks, Alex.
Once we discussed, like how newcomer, like any newcomer, like into any classroom, like they are not gonna be like well socialized with like even with like their peers and even the teacher. And then we're talking about how teachers can do a better job of that. Like I was like saying to them, like for example, like when teachers say, "Oh, get into groups for like whatever we're gonna discuss," like and newcomers like it's confusing and like they don't get too much support from the teacher. And we're also talking about solving this issue with like using devices like Translate or like what Dr. Pedrosa was saying, language line. So like when the teachers are like lecturing, they can have like the earbud for it to come in their own language. Because like also what Dr. Pedrosa was saying, like newcomers, like a lot of the newcomers are like even more engaged sometimes than the students you already have. So I believe so like I feel like that would really help, like because they are paying attention, like they just don't understand, but they are learning, and like a language device would like help fix that barrier that like in the content you're being taught.
And I'll just add, like, it led into other thinking about, for example, policy, like cell phone policy, which is right now all the debate in the nation, right? Cell phone
Right.
policy. And how do we think about that creatively, differently,
That's right.
for example? and I'll let you talk about disciplinary policy, right? Like, how do we, all these things, right? Like, it's making us think about all these things. The other thing about community that I just want to ask up here is how do we create affinity spaces and I mean language affinity spaces, cultures, groupings, and be okay with that in core content, right? So how do we?
You mean in classrooms?
In classrooms,
Yeah.
yeah, in classrooms. So instead of just saying, go to group, go divide yourselves up, being intentional, right? How do we group students with disabilities? How do we group students with different languages? How do we group and how do we master schedule intentionally around that as well? So it's gotta be just thinking about that, about how do we intentionally group students, because you might have, for example, a large number of, you still want the students engaged in the content. For example, let's say you have a large number of students that all have to take algebra. So how do we master schedule, maybe Spanish speakers together, different levels, who've been here 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or maybe lifetimers, but also speak Spanish, as in a way to be meaningful, engage with each other in a small group and be okay with that so that they can support each other as a more, right? So just wondering about that as well. Like, how do we build that culture around clustering students intentionally to work together and to build meaning, to help build. And some students don't want to do it.
Right.
But it'd be a choice, but how do we do that meaningfully? So I'm just thinking about solutions.
I think even outside of instructional time, about like creating space where folks can really be in probably more of what feels more of a safe community because they're with other folks, right? So even if it was like first period every day, like some sort of like caucusing or affinity spaces where literally newcomers can just breathe, right, in space with other newcomers. So a few other things, discipline, I think always opportunities with discipline, but I think particularly, you know, without making a really broad brush generalization, but I think it's fair to say that many young people that are coming are likely have experienced some trauma, right? And then as we know what trauma does to your brain and then how that translates into action and behavior. And if we were actually decentering what we believe to be appropriate behavior for a classroom setting and actually meeting that young person where they are at and not using discipline as a way of, you know, supporting that student, I think we could yeah, that would be really great. And then the other thing is thinking about like how we actually even measure their academic skill. It came up in a board meeting a few weeks ago where I asked a question. We were talking to our multilingual learners and I asked the question of how do I assume we have a mechanism for gauging in their own language their reading comprehension and literacy comprehension. The answer was no. And I said that to me is appalling, right? Because if we're already assuming a deficit of that student simply because, right? And so the only measures that we have are all of the state tests or other tests that are in English. So we're going to be missing something. And so we're actually not leaning into the strengths that that young person brings simply because they don't have.
We didn't have a tool.
We don't have a tool.
Or a policy.
There are 3 concrete things. So I heard a lot of things that can happen in classrooms and like if I put on my principal hat or if I put on my instructional hat, I'm like, man, I wonder how to help how to help teachers have that level of efficacy. Like, I can just hear teachers in my mind being like, so you want me to do all this other, you know, like, and so being able to embed it in this is the way that we do structures versus we're waiting for each individual teacher to get it, right? Because I think that could take a while. I've also seen in some schools buddies assigned. I've seen, and they somehow don't even have to necessarily be the same language or be great, but it's just knowing that I got you, you know, like this is the way that we bring in people in the classroom. And so then that person is the buddy, right? And that just helps ground the student. I love teaching strategies. I love affinity groups. I think we need to increase the capacity of our instructional staff, man. Like, ouch. Just in terms of who would feel like they could take that on at a school like. Yeah, I was thinking like at Cascade View, like having to have teachers who could both create affinity groups and, you know, we don't have the money to get like, you know, a lot of different facilitators, so it needs to be staff, so that's one thing. The tool thing just wore me out, like how do you assess, you know, mastery? And so I think all the things that you are labeling and noticing are really, really good. And I'm wondering, okay, how do we move on some of those? Because this is gonna be exigent. Plus, tomorrow, you guys are gonna talk about budget. And if I know one thing, it's like, you know, we spend where our heart is. Right? And so where our heart is, there is evidence of what we love. If you think about your homes or whatever, I love art. So you see art all through my house. Well, that's, you know, that's my value. I'd love to have, you know, original big works of art. Maybe not somewhere else, but that's where my money went, right? You know, so you can tell. So thank you so much on that. And so groups, I think you were group one, actually. I'm in group two next. Sorry.
So, yeah, these things are always, there's short, intermediate, long-term things. So obviously the long-term thing is what we've been working on is the money from the state, right? It's gonna do that, but that's going on. In terms of we were kind of focusing a little bit more on policy side of it. So we have, and we have a fairly antiquated race and equity policy that needs to be updated, and so that's kind of one thing. Another thing is the thing I was talking about was thinking about, yeah, how do we, and we may need a policy. I don't think we have a policy about inclusive practices and universal design for a lot of the stuff that, you know, the education just, you know, research says that's the way you should do this stuff to get student outcomes. And so we should probably just name that and just put that into a policy and let that.
Or embed that in the equity policy.
Or embed it in the equity policy. Yeah.
It's an instructional philosophy.
Right. Yeah, right.
What's the instructional philosophy for Tukwila School District?
Right.
And if it's UDL, how many of our instructors are very familiar?
Even know what it is.
I mean, it's been around for years, but
right.
Maybe are we not as familiar with UDL and what does it mean to embed that? Because that was really a push for inclusion with ELL students at the very, I'm dating myself when it came out. And then we started, of course, using it because it's a wonderful tool, but like, what does that mean? So even if that's part of the policy, then how do we resource it? Yeah.
Resource it,
Yeah.
Well, then we have more practical levels, just listening to the bus issue. And I don't know what's possible between school districts or not, I come from a city background, but before we had a fire authority, we did mutual aid and we still do.
Totally.
With CTAC, so why wouldn't you pick the 5 cities, you know, Camp Auburn, CTAC, Tukwila, Renton, and say, you know, we got this performing evento traffic going on. Maybe we start logistically working our school buses together, and maybe it's morning logistics flow towards Tukwila, and afternoon ones we flow towards them. Maybe it's to figure out these bus routes that serve not only us, but CTAC, and CTAC helps in Renton and so forth. Might be different hours of the day. We just don't know, but just trying to work out, you know, sounds like we've got an amazing transportation director already. We do. But if we're talking at a much more, you know, South King County level, it might be a lot more resources possible.
Yeah.
For sharing resources. One example to think about.
Yeah. And all these districts are wrestling.
Right, it's not like Tukwila is by itself. But what I also think would be really helpful is, as board members, how might you take on one small piece, right? So like, you know, if you've decided, yes, I'm gonna look at disciplinary policies, and you're already working at the state level, and you're like, I'm gonna do the bus thing, right? Or, you know, because there has to be, when we're looking at budget, there has to be a little more help, because the capacity is it's already being exceeded, especially by like the cabinet members, right? And our poor transportation director, right? So, she must be,
She's our unsung hero.
oh, but
She
that
really
must be
is.
crazy though, right? So
Really.
maybe if she had a partner from the board that was working with her, you know, there's certain ways that you can sort of roll up your sleeves and get in it. Because our, you know, there's capacity. So I think tomorrow, as you think about budget, as you think about where your priorities are, I'm sorry, I went back to this slide because I wanted to notice here that you had student poets to reassure the refugees. You had a whole poet thing done by our students. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Right? And so how beautiful to also talk to some of the students and be like, okay, what do we need to do? I think the buddy system is one thing that I've seen in a couple of districts and some other things. So there are things that perhaps are not big systemic pieces that could work. So I want to make sure we looked at that and then, okay, I'm going the opposite way. Okay, and then one of our recommendations definitely, and I'm gonna send the deck to Kansi, so Kansi will have it, so all of you can have it. One recommendation is that as board members, you sort of have like a specialty area that you want to, this does not mean that you are managing staff, because that's not your job, nor does it mean that you should be like hounding staff, but there may be some resources that you can figure out and bring those to bear, right? Other things is, of course, this board needs to make a commitment. You need to communicate your vision. I'm about to get to that in a minute. Whatever your realistic goals are, your partnerships and listening spaces. I cannot underscore enough the need for you to hear from your marginalized communities. And I remember Erin was like, how do we do that? And then Kansi was like, cultural brokering. We've got to figure out what that is. And now that we have so many newcomers, it's a perfect opportunity actually to create, you know, a professional learning community or whatever, as long as we're listening, because I believe that folks will tell you what they need if you give a chance, right? So that's that. I'll have another thing. I'm gonna be using the same slide tomorrow, by the way. So for the board.
Alignment, thank you.
Thank you. For the board members, this is what we're suggesting. And then we've got to get, not only is our equity policy antiquated, but we don't have a district anti-racism statement. And so I look back on, I think, Carly, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say it might have been the first time that we came to work with you. I was like, here's a suggested statement. And we were like, woo. And so nothing else happened after that. It was like, right. We have to have a statement of anything that we're going to do as a board and as a district. So I just threw one in here. There's so many statements. I just wrote one for a neighboring district in the Bay Area. And theirs is ridiculously long because I wrote it, but it doesn't have to be all that. So there are several, and I'm happy to help craft or send something that you can wordsmith. This is just one though, right? Like being able to always say, you understand that you're complicit. We understand that we've done something, but now we know. These are the keys to a great statement. Number one, as our school, or you would say as Tukwila or whatever. I love it when we're doing this together.
I know.
Okay.
We're editing.
We have worked together for so long. So Tukwila, we understand is the first thing that you want to do. You want to indicate, yeah, we understand that this is what it is, you know, that school districts are part of a larger system of white supremacy, what have you. And then we did this in the past, however, now we know that we should be doing this. And so that is, that's a key piece. And then therefore, what are you gonna do as a result of it? So that's in its simplest form. But if you're gonna update race and equity, you might as well go all the way and have your statement. So that's a recommendation. So the first is some of these things that we're giving you that we recommend for your work. And then definitely recommend you coming up with a statement for sure. And then your budget priorities is, this is for you to think about. I'm not gonna ask you to answer it. But tomorrow you're gonna be talking about budget, you're gonna be talking about finances. And we consider this to be anti-racism in action. And we talked about newcomers. And we talked about a lot of things today, right? But when the resources are scarce, right? What's your budget priority? And you need to come in here tomorrow sort of having an idea of what that is. I will say again, I look at my house as my, this is your house. You guys are sort of the overseers for your house. In my house, you will always have food, heat, and books, right? Like that's, and then art, right? And so, maybe our furniture is not the greatest. Maybe we're at IKEA, right, for our furniture, but the food is on point. And so that's the priority in my home, right? And so what's the priority for Tukwila? I would argue number one priority has got to be instruction because that's your bread and butter. And that's sort of what that is what you do. You're a school district, right? So instruction has got to be your number one priority. But what are some of the other pieces within that?
Actually, I always put safety as our number one priority because what parents expect is that when they send their child to us, they will come home
back
safe and harm.
Mhm.
So I, in my mind, I struggled with that a little bit.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Instructional or-
Completely.
But safety is kind of,
No,
and instruction is right behind it. But
No, I get that. I think, and I see you, Carly, I think for me, safety for sure that you can control, which I've seen when you have really good classrooms, safety becomes easier to manage. Right? When you have teachers who are in charge, they know what's going on, that they know how to walk children in a line. They know, they know how to do that safety becomes embedded. But certainly safety that's larger, like, what do you do if there's, someone who shouldn't be on the campus?
well, and even stuff like we talk about a lot of ventilation systems, health kind of safety. And
Got
making sure
it.
that the kids are not getting sicker.
Got it.
Right, which
Okay,
is a
those
big issue.
pieces. Okay, yeah.
Particularly in
so
our
instructional.
community, literally Cascade View is under the flight path to SeaTac Airport.
Yeah.
So there's things
Okay.
like that.
I hear you.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
of
was
that.
not aware of that. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Carly?
Just thinking too about like, as we craft our priorities tomorrow, being really explicit, because yes, while instruction is a number one priority, instruction for who, right? Because if we leave it so broad, then I think it allows space for us still to just focus on, the perhaps the general population, the, white, whatever, right? So being more explicit in our priority is ensuring that we have, I don't know, whatever that word something might be, but I think that'll be important too, when we're doing our.
That you name it.
That we name
Yeah.
it, yeah.
I kind of think of the example that you were giving with David, like you went to this meeting, feel free to tell the example, and they were like, yeah, we should do this, but then they were like, but we don't want to disrupt this.
Yeah, the discussions I've been having with the WASDA legislative committee, about equity, how you include equity in funding. And so one of the points that came up was, well, we want to do that, yes, but we don't want to harm anybody. I mean, we don't want to, I forget the exact word of it. Yeah, do no harm to any schools. And I looked at that and I read, well, now that's kind of just saying we want the status quo, because if you just, don't take any money away from the rich district because it might harm them. And I say, look, if we're living in a world that we have restricted resources, if you do equity, you have to do that. And so, yeah, right.
I just thought that was brilliant, such a brilliant example, because the whole purpose of equity is to give the neediest folks what they need. So that, not equality, right? But so maybe that's where we're coming. Maybe as a board, we're gonna be like, well, we think equity is that, then it means, all right, who's the neediest? And I would argue folks who are coming to our country and don't know where they live in must be our neediest people. You know what I mean? So like it drives, I think we're saying all the same things. It drives your decision-making. And you have closed session tomorrow?
It's an open session.
Oh my God, you're gonna touch it open. Clutch pearls.
No, they're doing priorities, just high level. priorities.
So I was like, clutch pearls.
So that's
You
coming.
guys are so courageous. So, but.
Open public meeting.
Yeah, we don't.
I know, but, all right.
Just like this is an open public.
Right.
No, but this is okay.
Yeah, but we didn't.
I was like, but at any rate, you want to come knowing what your priorities are, and wherever your priorities are, that's where your budget will meet. And so you want to be thoughtful about that. Before we go, I wanted to make sure that next steps, elevate these anti-racism efforts. And I want to leave you open for any questions that you have for us. What questions have we raised for you? Any questions about the work that we're doing and finishing up? Any questions?
Okay, definitely, it's not a question. Yes. I value y'all's support in crafting it and every statements, whether that was probably even more than just sending this sportsman from there. I think it would be beneficial, even if it was just a dialogue we could set up. I think that would be very beneficial.
Oh, yeah, we could probably do that via Zoom. I could send, what I did for the other districts, I sent 3. And I was like, talk about it. And then people killed it to death, which is why it ended up being really long. But everybody had to have their 5 pieces in there, so you know. But yeah, happy to support in any way.
My question is, you guys have been working with the district for 3 years now? And then, what can you provide as far as how it was in the beginning and then how it's going forward now? And then what work did you do over the 3 years, and in what direction is the district moving?
Yeah, so we will be doing our end of the time report, but just to give you just a.
When you say end of the time, like end of the year, end of 3 years?
End of
or
3 years.
Okay, so it's a 3-year.
Yeah.
Okay.
That we have a full report coming. But I think I sort of alluded to it earlier. Lots of change was the key piece. When we came in, it was Flip and that guy who's in Ted. Flip and Ted, right? So. Well, I mean, that was their names, right? So we came in as the superintendent and the chief academic officer. Flip left, and I'm sorry, Ted left. And then there was another chief academic officer in year 2. And that was a thing. And then they both left, and then it's Constance and Scott, right? So the biggest thing that we've noticed is there was a lot of change in terms of the leadership, which meant that priorities shifted over time. And so while anti-racism was a thorough, like a through line, it wasn't until Kansi said, yes, this is what we're doing, that it definitely shifted. So one of our key learnings, and I think we're gonna write an article about this or something, one of our key learnings is you've gotta have leadership that's gonna remain. And the leadership has to be in lockstep, right? So that was one thing. The other thing is lots of pushback. If I could just, I know we're not supposed to talk pushback, but lots and lots and lots of pushback at the schools, between teachers and principals, between principals feeling like they weren't supported. It was a lot of things. So we had to till the soil a lot in a way that could have been helped by a much more stable leadership force. So those are like the overviews, but we're gonna have much more detail.
We're actually supposed to talk about pushback.
No, I was just saying earlier, I did a whole thing on pushback, and Chris was like, that's exactly what we're not supposed to focus on because it centers right. So I was like, I know we're not supposed to, but it's very hard around the fear.
Maybe not supposed to is the word.
There was a lot of fear from principals when they would want to say to teachers, we've seen harm that you're enacting, and teachers would either grieve them or threaten to grieve them, or it was a lot of that. So there's a shift now because the superintendent has said, this is what we're doing and we're going to support you. And that's a different leadership style than was here previously.
I would say it was easier previously to do whatever you wanted to do. And as long as nobody was obviously super harmed in that context, you could kind of close your door and kind of head out.
Classic delegate.
Right, which is common especially common in big districts.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in a smaller district, it's actually much more difficult to hide if there's sustained leadership conversation and alignment. I think
and this is not to throw anyone in the bus, it's just looking from the outside in. We're like, wow, this is different in how this happened. And there was a lot of the previous CAO was thrown under the bus really hard, and it was a very difficult way for that person to be in leadership. So there's a reason why they left. And so, so all of those pieces happen. I am, however, much more confident in the leadership team that Kansi is building. But yeah, it's difficult.
this means for the board, I'm just extra, say this idea, you can all laugh and say, oh, we need a little more thing. But have they thought about to support this kind of effort, you know, for corporate sponsorships? And outside money, because lack of funding is a huge deal. What have we thought about? I mean, we don't, but we can name our stadium after a bank if we want to, right? Why can't we name the Avid program after the Nordstrom's or, you know, Microsoft with this program? Because I know the after school network program that I witnessed at the National Cities at the city council. They were getting banks, schools, like as in universities, corporations, sometimes community faith, donating money for certain programs. A lot of money that mayors and councilors have stood up. These are from cities where the school districts are part of the city. We're different up here, but I wonder, are we restricted? Why would we just sponsor a football stadium?
I think there is some restrictions, and I think there's also, if you're trying to center families of color, right, in the order, sponsorships have their own interests, right, and not necessarily for anti-racism, to be honest. So it's not about not doing that, it's about doing the work to find out who's willing to do it and center your students versus centering, like, you know, for example. So that's, I'm not saying no, I'm saying yes, and there has to be some tilling of the soil, so to speak, to build a partnership that really the interest of our students is there. It's hard. I will say one thing I will say as a leader, it's super hard because people want to support, right, our students, and you don't want to say no. But at the same time, like the question I have to ask all the time is whose interests are being served. At the end of the day. And as a former principal of an immigrant refugee bilingual high school, I had so many people that wanted to come to me and say, I want to help your kids. I want to do this. I want to, this one little thing.
Yeah.
And when I looked at all of the things that they were offering, sometimes, not all the cases, it wasn't in my students' best interest, but it was in their best interest. It was in them getting more grants or them getting, you know, all these things. And I'm like, well, at the end of the day, how are my students benefiting from that? And if they're not, I'm going to say no. And I did sometimes because it wasn't in the, for me, it's always about whose interests are being served in this partnership. And if our students' interests are being served, then absolutely come on board. So willing to do that. But
yeah, that's my experience over the years is you have to be really careful about chasing the money.
Yes.
You have to decide what you want to do and then be very strict about the match there, because there's many people out there that will be happy to give you money, but then with all the things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's but I agree with exactly what you said.
And just asking that question is really a way to discern who's willing to work with them.
Wouldn't that be a sweet deal? So that someday you put out an RFI for corporations to compete for the honor?
Yeah.
Supporting your program.
Yeah. So I'm happy to think about how we can do that legally. So that's the part. How do you do it legally? How do you do it? Make sure you're not breaking any public rules, things like that. So willing to think about that.
In Oakland, Oakland Unified had a 15-year relationship with Kaiser, because Kaiser is one of the largest hospital, medical, whatever in Oakland. And they fund, to your point, or maybe to your, over here, Kaiser funds what they want to fund that's in alignment. So if we needed something for one thing, Kaiser would be like, okay, we're gonna fund this over here. And what you have to be really creative about is, okay, we'll take that funding for this and then take those funds that we're gonna use for this and fund something else. Yeah. And so Kaiser funds all the stuff about health and wellness and blah, 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 blah. And so those things that we would have. Also, sometimes we weren't putting money into those things, and so we weren't able to sort of, but that has been happening forever. At one time, Oakland Unified had a really great thing with Clorox, because Clorox's main thing is in Oakland, but you know, after a few years, that kind of went by the wayside. So I do think there are opportunities, but you got to be super careful and make sure that, you know, like you said, that what their funding is what you need, and you're not like creating the opportunity to do something because somebody said that there was some money that you weren't gonna do anyway.
The
But
other
it
part,
doesn't
the
work.
other part of it too is finding somebody with a staff person, and we've
Yeah.
talked about that for years.
Yeah, you need to make sure that they fund the person to, I mean.
Do the work.
That has capacity on our
Right.
staff that's already, as you
That's
all
right.
heard, is already really focused on a lot of other things.
Absolutely.
Right, and so
Yeah.
that's the tricky part too, is when you do these partnerships, making sure that there's somebody to coordinate and to do, that was one of the things learning with. The city of Tukwila, right, with all the response for all of that, right? Who's coordinating and how are they connecting and how are they, which is a project management.
It is.
Yeah, we need a project manager.
I think, and I actually believe I do need some type of project management
Completely.
because, yeah, but and that's, so, but that is, at the end of the day, I think that's a good idea. And as we're getting out there, that's one of the reasons why I do want to meet with, like, for example, I was trying to set up a meeting with the South Center, right? Business groups.
Yeah.
If somebody here wants to do that and support me in that, great, I would love that. Setting up a meeting with Sound Transit, right, to figure out, okay, how do we, like, because there's certain things you can start, like, we have community here,
That's
right? And then also, maybe stretching, like, one of the things we did was we used ESSER funds to do some tutoring for some of the students, for the newcomer students, that we decided to use an existing partner who focused on immigrants and refugees, right, through other grants. And we asked them, do you have the capacity, because they already knew our families, they already knew our kids, do you have the capacity to do this tutoring support for this one group? And they said yes, and so we worked on that with some ESSER funds to do that. So trying to also push on the partners that we have to, like, can you stretch a little bit to support our community? Because what the also tricky part is training everyone to support our community versus just having people already with that skill set to just dig in and go, which I think is the other piece as well. So it's nuanced for sure.
And to your point, unstaffed.
And unstaffed.
So.
Yeah, relying on our current staff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but that's why we chose a partnership we already worked with,
Right.
because they already had that,
Right.
they were trained, they were ready to go. And they were like, yeah, stretch us, use us, we're ready to go, so,
Love that.
yeah.
Well, this really thought, I know when I worked at White, which is a while ago, they used to have an executive loan program. And what they would do is if you're in grooming to move from middle management to higher management to executive management, they always made themselves available for operating on boards and commissions. But they also might just take on flat out, they would just take this person and say they're on loan for a year, you PM. I would guess there's a lot of project managers and development companies that aspire to be hired in middle management that would like to move up, who might be eager if they're the kind of person that grooms to go higher. They don't line
Connect
them
me,
up.
connect me,
Right.
connect, I have another connection here, that's what I'm saying, I need this
Right.
team, like,
Right.
the community to do the connections, right, we have a partnership, we're gonna build on a partnership with Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah.
Right, things like that,
Yeah.
so happy to make the connections,
It's been
right?
through some weird times, so we'll find out.
Yeah.
How can I?
But so, I mean, that's the ask of the board, right? Collectively, is how do you leverage what's
Yeah.
already in your world?
Yeah.
Right, so
Because
that,
there are entities that, like, for example, I didn't know they did that, that'd be great to know.
Yeah.
And then figure out how to work with,
But not the only company,
Yeah.
that's what's cute.
100%.
Yeah.
And we just had the government relations person visit our rotor. So we have a. kind of-
I'm gonna start going to that, by the way.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, come on.
I got an invite to that, so I'm gonna start, I'm trying to figure out those people, but to be honest, it was a very interesting fall, to say the least, and and a January as well, but yeah, we can start working, I have to work on, the first thing with we're working with the partnership with Highline specifically and trying to get that off the ground more. We already have one, but how do we strengthen it, right? So all these things, so.
Well, when Anthony walked in, I could tell it was 2, so, he was like, listen, you don't have to go, but you gotta get out of here. No, I'm kidding. So thank you so much for this. As always, I'm sorry that we weren't able to meet the other new board member, but it was wonderful to have met you and to learn more about how the board is gonna come together and make some things happen. Alex, wonderful to have you with us. So great to see you today and to meet you. I look forward to hearing great things about Tukwila moving forward. Thanks so much. I guess you guys are here tomorrow. Where are you guys tomorrow?
I think we're in Nisqually tomorrow. I think so.
I'll double check.
I'll double check, yeah. And can I go down there now and sort of set up office space until before the meeting, or is there office for me to go to?
No, you're,